Hello project people, welcome to the Project Management Full Course Part 2. In this Part 2, we are going to learn about stakeholder and integration management. Remember, we have learned the various knowledge area in Part 1 and then we will be learning about this remaining two knowledge area. After learning about this knowledge area, we will shift our gear to develop a project management career plan. There, we will be learning how to develop a successful project management career plan, and also we will learn about various project management skills and tools and techniques which is utilized in project management industry. Remember, these tools and techniques are going to help you a lot while working on project problem, and also they will help you to do your work very efficiently. After that, we will be learning about the various practical aspects of project management career. Remember, these practical tips and techniques are going to help you to avoid unnecessary burnout and stress while working on projects. So, by the time you're done with course, you will be having in-depth knowledge about professional project management and how to develop a career plan which is suitable to you. So, let's get started. So we have learned about various knowledge area of starting from scope till the procurement in our previous session, right? We have already learned all those areas. Now the next thing is your stakeholder management, right? So remember, we have discussed previously there are a lot of people involved, a lot of stakeholders involved in a project. How to manage their expectation, how to meet their requirements so that there is no unnecessary disruption or I would say some of this abrupt stoppage or difficulty in having communication with those stakeholders and aligning with their expectation. So this is what it's all about, how you align the expectations of stakeholders, right? This is what is meant by stakeholder management. So let's understand how formally we do in our project management process. Stakeholder management is a process of maintaining good relationship with the people who have the most impact on the work, right? So in a project there could be several people involved. Now it's not necessary that all people have the same level of influence or same kind of importance. They could be different level of projects, different level of people which is involved in the projects, and they have the different level of influence, right? Which who can influence the project or make decisions, right? So you need to make sure all those people's you have a good relationship and their expectations are met. So this is what I mean by the stakeholder management process. So in terms of definition, stakeholder management process, it's basically communicating at each one in a right way and play a vital role keeping on board, right? This is what is mean by the communicating or stakeholder management process. Now here, this is what we will learn, the how to communicate them effectively, right? This is what is a key area here. You need to communicate with them effectively, and the way of communication could be different with different type of stakeholders. So in terms of stakeholder management process, again it's a four step process, right? And if you see here, so first step is identifying the stakeholder. So before planning anything, remember your planning is second step. The first step is you identify the stakeholders, second step is you plan the stakeholders, then you need to manage the stakeholders, and then of course you need to control the stakeholders, the engagement, how you engaging with each stakeholders depending upon their level of influence. So the first step is you identify the stakeholders, right? Let's see how to identify those stakeholders, who are the key stakeholders and what are their categories. So identifying the stakeholders, simple, it's simply identifying the people or the group or the organization that has impact on and it is an activity or outcome of the project. So this is what is mean by identifying the stakeholders. It could be people, it could be a group of people, or it could be some particular organization who has say, who has authority, or who has some interest in the project which can impact the outcome of the project. This is what is mean by identifying stakeholders. So those you need to basically identify, list down those people, process and organizations or the groups who can influence us. So in terms of identifying stakeholders, it should be straightforward. So you need like the other process as also requires some input. So you need project charter, you need some documents, procurement documents, and environmental factors. All those things you need to understand. Tools, again, it's a simple stakeholder analysis or expert judgment of meetings. Output is that simply you need to arrive at stakeholder register. So you need to basically list down all those stakeholders. So people, group of people, organization, vendors, third parties, all those things are come under the stakeholder list. And you need to make their list in a particular register. This is what is mean by stakeholder register. This is your outcome of this process. This is your first step process. So this is the outcome of this step. So you need to get the stakeholder register. So while identifying the stakeholder, there's one the common tool which I found very useful is a power grid, right? So when we say the identify stakeholder, what does it mean, right? Because there's several kind of people are involved. How to identify them, how to categorize them, and what kind of approach we follow to meet their expectation. So if you see here on the right hand side, you see there's a picture which is basically the power which shows this axis, right, and we have this the interest at this axis. So if you see the horizontal line which represents your interest and vertical line is a power line axis. So here what happens, you can divide the stakeholders in 4 quadrants, right? One is your monitor category, another one is you keep satisfied, another one is you manage closely, and then keep informed. So if you see, the first category is basically related to high power, high interest people. The people who have high power and high interest on this project. So we need this, they are basically fallen under these categories, right? Manage closely, because they have the very high influence and they have basically high interest. So let's say the PD, right, or the company director, maybe senior leadership, they have high interest on this project because that's directly impact the company's financial or company's performance. So that's why those are the the high power, high interest people, and you need to manage them. You need to continuously inform them, fully engage with all kind of process, the information which is happening on the project. So those are basically high powered, high interested people. Then you have the high powered, low interested people. So there are some people, let's say top management, right? Top management is basically doing several kind of projects. They have very high power, but again they are not related to the specific projects. So they will need some sort of information from time to time basis, and that's why you need to basically keep them satisfied whenever they require those information, so that they are not overwhelmed with the information. They know what's required or what is the information, minimum information required. They get those information and satisfied with their knowledge need. Then we have the low power and high interest people. So there are some people who have they have not very much, they have not very powerful, right, but of course then they have very high interest on this one. So because they might be working on the project, let's say the project team member, so they are working on the projects. Of course they are not higher than the leadership, senior leadership or top management, but they have the high interest because this is directly related to their job, right, their activity. So those people are basically comes under this quadrant, which is basically the low power but highly interested people. And you need to basically adequately inform them what is the right information, related information. You need to keep them informing so that they are aware what is being done there. Then you have the low power and less interest people. So they're the quadrant where you have low power and the less interested people are there, who is not much influence and not in fact related to the project activity. So they are mainly the indirect people who are working on the project, or maybe some the support which they are providing. So you need to depend upon how you can communicate with them. This is require minimum effort to do this communication with this kind of stakeholders. So once you identify your stakeholders, right, you divide them through the power grid category. Really who is high powered and high interest stakeholders, depending upon your 4 categories, you can categorize them. The next thing is that to plan the stakeholder management. So once you identify those people, right, once you identify those people, the next thing is that you need to plan them, right? How you will be planning it, right? So that's basically your whole plan. Stakeholder management, and simply straightforward, it's a process of developing management strategy to effectively engage stakeholder throughout the project life cycle of their needs and what an expectation. This is what is mean by their planned stakeholder management, right? So in terms of input output process, so this is basically planned stakeholder management, which basically stakeholder registers, and project management plan and organizational process asset. This is the input you will be requiring. Tools, again, your technique this will be using in terms of expert judgment making or analytical skill to arrive at some output. And output is basically a stakeholder management plan, or you may need to update some document, then you can do that, right? So this is a simple straightforward planned stakeholder management process. And remember, this is your second step of the process to do that. So once you identify, right, and then you identify it, and after that you basically planned it, then the next step is to manage them, right? So as per your identification and planning, you need to manage the stakeholder engagement plan, or depending upon that. So it's a process of implementing the stakeholder management plan, communicating. So this is a process where you will actually do the communication and satisfying their need, and working with stakeholder to meet their expectation is what is all about your manage stakeholder engagement, right? This is what is mean by that. So in terms of input output process, well, again, it will require these kind of inputs. One is your stakeholder management plan, communication management plan, change log, and then process assets, organized process assets. Once you get the information, you will utilize tools and techniques. Well, these are general techniques you can utilize, and then you will require some output. Again, these are the issue logs, change requests, organization process, this kind of thing. So once you manage this, this is what basically your third step, right? So I'm not going into much detail, but this is a simple process how you will be managing, basically implementing whatever you have planned you need to do here in terms of the engagement or stakeholder management. Then the next step is your control stakeholder engagement, right? So once you have managed them, now you need to make sure that the engagements or the stakeholders involvements are going as per the plan, right? The process of maintaining a relationship, right, monitoring and adjusting the strategy and plan for engaging stakeholders. There may be addition of stakeholder, deletion of stakeholders, or priority might have changed. So depending upon that, you need to adjust your communication plan, though, or in the communication strategy. All those things need to be done through this step, which is a control stakeholder engagement. So in terms of input output process, again, this requires some input, which is your project management plan, some issue logs, work performance data, and project documents, which is what is required as input. As information, once you got the information, you need to apply the tools and techniques, which is your information management system, expert judgment and meetings. And once you apply these techniques, right, you will be arriving at some output, right? This output may be work performance information, change request, project management plan, project documents, organization process. This kind of output you will be getting by this control stakeholder engagement. So remember, this is a final step, a fourth step of engagement, and this is what your details of this process is in terms of input and the tools and output. So talking about the overall objective of the stakeholder management is basically to understand and manage the stakeholder expectation, right? This is what its main objective, which means that you are basically managing the conflicting interest and managing their the communication. So there are several people with have several interests, and there is quite possible that they have conflicting interests, and you need to make sure that you are managing those interests and they are done in timely manner, right? So this is what's mean, or this is what you're trying to achieve whenever you're doing any stakeholder management. So a quick overview or quick revision of the project stakeholder management plan: simply identifying the first step, then you need to plan the stakeholder management, then you need to manage it, and then you need to control it, right? Simple four-step process. This is how you manage overall stakeholder management for any project. So quick summary, we have actually used some of the key term. One is a change log. Change log is basically used to document the changes, which is what current document is called a change log. So whatever change happened with respect to baseline, that is mentioned as a change log or called a change register. Then the second term is issue log. So while working project, there are some issues involved which is not aligned with the company's assumption or initial baseline. So those are basically mentioned, written in a document and monitored, and the specific issue with target deadline. This is called with the issue logs. Primary stakeholders, those are ultimately affected either positively or negatively organization action. They are directly involved in a project, we call primary stakeholders. Secondary stakeholders, they are not the direct stakeholder, but they are the intermediary which may be indirectly affected. They are called secondary stakeholders. Key stakeholders who have significant influence upon the importance of organizations called the key stakeholders. So we have completed all the knowledge area, right? So we have completed scope, time, cost, quality, HR, and communication, risk, and procurement, and then we have learned the stakeholders, right? So all those 10 knowledge areas are actually we have learned, right? So if you see here, so now the point is that once you have the knowledge of those areas, the next thing is how to integrate them, right? Because remember, each project will require all those knowledge areas combined together, right? These knowledge areas or tools, skills, or techniques, all those 10 knowledge areas has to be combined, and that is what is called your integration. So you need to basically integrate all those knowledge areas, information, to successfully manage a project. And this is what is the next, or let's say the final knowledge area is, that is your integration. So integration itself is a separate knowledge area. How to integrate them, how you combine all those, that itself is the process which we will be learning in our next lesson. So the final knowledge area is about integration, right? So once you have learned the basics concepts, the understanding of each knowledge area, now the final part is how to integrate all those, the 9 knowledge area, and integration itself become your 10th knowledge area. So this is your 10th knowledge area, right, which is basically the integration management. We will learn how to integrate all these knowledge areas for managing the projects, right? And this is what we are going to learn, how you overall do the integration of those knowledge area and manage your project. So project integration management is basically the coordination of all the elements of a project all together. So this includes your coordinating tasks, resource, stakeholders, all other project element which need to manage, or to remove any conflict between any aspects or various aspects of the projects. It also requires some sort of trade-off between the various requests and evaluate the resources. So all those kind of things, plus minus adjustments are basically called your integration, right? And depending upon the situation of the project, depending upon the demand of the project or the task, you need to decide or integrate various aspects. So let's understand how we formally do it on a project and successfully integrate all those knowledge area. So one thing you need to understand, or probably you might have understand as of now, that projects are complex, right? They are not the easy thing to manage, and especially as you're moving forward in a modern world, these projects are getting complex and complex because there's a lot of variability which comes in a project which you need to deal with, as So this is now universal truth. Projects are complex, right? We have the different part, different element moving which need to be managed. Now, when we say the complex project, it means it requires so many elements which need to be integrated, and those elements itself are, variables which you need to take care of. So, and of course, if the project is complex, then your integration is also become a complex one, right? It's not easy one to do the integration easily, because project is complex. There's a lot of complex attributes or variabilities are involved which you need to manage this. So keeping track of everything and knowing how the one factor impacts the other can be very challenging, right? So, and that's why I was mentioning previously, projects are complex. But even though it's a complex, to manage a project successfully, you need to keep track of everything. You need to know what is happening, how it will impact to the other things, and it's very challenging, right? And also, if it's not done properly, then definitely it's going to lead to the failure. So it's a challenging, as well as it's very much critical. So integration is not only challenging plus critical also, right? So you need to make sure your integration is done properly, right? Even though it's a challenging and critical one. So and of course, let's say suppose your scope is changed. Now how this will impact your schedule, your cost, your resource requirement, all those need to be analyzed. Any one element which changes, then it need to be analyzed what is will be impact to the other aspects of the project. Another example could be, let's say you suddenly require engineer for, let's say, additional month. Now it's not just engineers additional month is a requirement, right? You need to check there could be some deployment issue, some delay issue, that engineer might be working in other project parallelly, so that may not be available. All those kind of things need to be assessed and analyzed. So integration management process, in terms of definition, it includes the processes and activity which need to identify, define, combine. Remember, identify, define, combine, unify, and coordinate the various processes and project management activity within the project management process group. So it's a very complex thing, right? So you need to basically everything, identify them, combine them, and make sure all those bits and pieces of a project are working together in overall project management process, and that's not an easy task, right? So if you talk about the integration management process itself, so integration management process is basically a 6-step process, right? It is one of the longest process which we have seen so far. So first step is basically you develop project charter, right? This is your first step. Then you have the second step is basically your develop the management plan, right? This is your second step. Third step is direct and manage the project execution. So based on your management plan, you will be basically directing and managing the project and doing the execution, right? And then the fourth plan is the monitor and control. So you need to monitor and control the overall project work. That is the fourth step. Fifth step is to integrate the change control. So there will be several changes. Now you need to make sure these changes are integrated across all the the knowledge areas, and then all the project management processes group. So this is like both horizontal and vertical integration is required for any change. And then again, the closure phase, you need to finally formally close the project. So this is your sixth step, right? So it's a 6-step process, and let's understand each process in detail and see what are the things which is required to be done for managing a project. So very first step is basically develop a project charter, which means that formally you need to authorize a project or project phases document about the initial requirement. This is what is mean by developing a project charter. And of course, you need to find out what is the expectation of the stakeholders. So this is one of the key document. Remember, when we were discussing scope management, this was one of the first key document which you need to develop as a project charter, which formally authorize project or give authority to project manager to proceed with the project. And this is what is your key document, right? First key document we will need. as a project charter. So what are the things which is required to do or to develop a project charter? Well, we need the project statement, scope of work, we need a business case, we need the agreement, environmental factors from the enterprise, organization, process. So this kind of information is required. Then we will need the tools and techniques in terms of expert judgment, facilitation techniques. These kind of things are required to arrive at this the output, which is your project charter. So once you got this project charter, which basically complete your step number 1, which is your develop project charter, right? And then become the basis of others project management process activity. And remember one thing, this is one of the initial input we required. So what is mean by that, that integration is basically it start from the very beginning of the project. So let's say you have, when applying scope, your integration started, and your first phase will be you develop a project charter, right? This is what we started initially, right? First scope, and then there was time, then cost, quality. Like this we had all those 9 knowledge area, right? So your integration is kind of, this happens parallelly. So this is your very first phase, or is develop project charter, which you have to do at the very beginning of the project, right? It has to be done at the beginning of the project. Okay, so once you have the develop the project charter, you got the output as a project charter. Now we will utilize this project charter to work on our next step, that is your develop project management plan. So developing project management plan. So if we term by definition, documenting activity and action such as defining, integrating and coordinating all the planning output and subsidiary plan into a major project document. This is what is mean by developing a project management plan. So you need to document all the activities, actions like defining, integrating, coordinating all the plannings has to be done. Basically this is the blueprint of all the project, how you will be navigating from start to finish of the project is your project management plan, right? We call it PMP, not the PMP certification, but generally you call it PMP is project in project management world, project management plan. Okay, so for the second step, in terms of process, what are the inputs required? So well, first thing is project charter, which we developed previously. Then we need output from planning process, other environmental process factors, organization asset, this is all required. And then tools and techniques, we will need expert judgment, facilitation techniques. Goals, yes, we will need outputs, and that output is basically your project management plan, right? And this is what your second step is all about. So project management plan is the key output or the output for this integration management. So let's quickly understand what exactly it is, what are the things which it should consist. So project management plan is nothing but a combination of various plans, right? So your first is your project scope management plan, schedule management plan, cost management plan, quality management plan, staffing management plan, communication risk management plan, procurement management plan, process improvement plan, cost baseline. Then you have the all schedule baseline, quality baseline, then performance measurement baseline, milestone list, contingency plan, assumption logs, change logs, risk register, duration estimate, resource requirement, selection criteria, and other supporting documents. So these are the key the elements which need to be there whenever you are developing your project management plan. So after you have developed your project management plan, the next step is you direct and manage work, right? So this is once you have the plan in your hand, of course the next step will be execute the work, right? So in terms of definition, it simply means execution the work, defining a project management plan to achieve the project objective. Simply whatever you have planned, just do it, right? This is what is mean by this process step is. So in terms of process input and output, what kind of information does it require? Well, project management plan, change requests, and any other environmental factor or organizational process assets. So once you get this information, you need to apply various tools. PMI means PMI is a project management information system. Other techniques you can utilize to basically work on this, and then you arrive at some output, right? Output is basically some deliverables. What are the deliverables there? What is performance data? What are the change requests? Then project management plan and document update based on the new information you can update to those documents. And so this is what your output is in terms of your third step, right? Depending upon plan and project charter. Then direct and manage work activities. So what are the activities you will be doing in this phase? So basically you need to create the project deliverables, acquire the project team, another key activity, manage the project team, implement all the plans. Remember, we have several plans: cost, time, quality. All those plans has to be implemented. Then establish and manage the communication, very much important piece with the stakeholders, right? To manage communication as per the plan. Then other activities are risk response plan. That's one of the key important thing. Then the approve change request. There could be several changes when we do the project. You need to make sure approve it and implement those. Then the review the project performance data with stakeholders, right? And receive the responses and apply the selections criteria to pick up the suppliers, and then manage the stakeholders, basically the communication or engagement as per the plan method and standards. So coming to the next step, so once you learn about, or once you have learned about the actual doing the managing the work, the next step is that how to monitor and control the project work, right? And that's the next step of project management process. So monitor and control, as we discussed for each other knowledge area, it is similar to that process of basically initiate, plan, execute and close of a project to meet the performance objective. So you need to do the monitoring and controlling of all the processes so that they are meeting your objectives, right? The performance objective. So in terms of input and output process, again it's require a project management plan, issue logs, work performance data, project documents. Tools and techniques, simple as we discussed previously, expert judgment, information management systems, all those things has to be utilized. And then we get some output, which is again in terms of your what is your work performance data, change requests, updates on a project document or management plan, organization process assets. So these all things you need to see as a output. Okay, now when you say the output, this process is basically your fourth step, right? Monitor and control project work. And this is how in terms of output your expectation should be once while you're managing or controlling the project work. So monitor and control the project work or activities, right? So what are the activities involved when you say monitor and control? So I'm discussing only the the top key activities or critical activities which is required to do at the minimum. So first one is identify the new risk, analyzing, tracking, monitoring the identified risk. Second thing is comparing the actual performance against the performance management plan, right? So there must be some initial baseline, basically comparing your schedule, cost and time baseline and understanding what are the variations, right? Then maintaining the accurate and timely information and with the associated document through the project completion. Then providing the forecast to update the current cost and schedule information. This is your monitoring and control processes are. Then other activities could be assessing your project performance. Basically you need to assess that whatever performance data is there, then implement the approved change depending upon the various performance assessment or new condition. You need to approve several changes. So maybe in terms of validating scope, control communication, control stakeholder engagement, which comes under the monitor and control project work. So after doing the control work, now the next step is you perform the integration control change, right? You need to basically integrated change means depending upon the new development or new assessment, you may need to apply various change requested to the project and then manage it and then make sure all the deliverables are met. So in terms of definition, this is process of basically reviewing all the change requests, approving the change, managing change, the deliverables and updating the organization process asset so that they are aligned with project management plan or the project objective. So this is what the purpose of your perform integrated change control means. Now let's understand what exactly we do in those process, and let's understand the process itself in terms of input and output. So in terms of input and output, basically it's require all those documents which we previously had. So one is the management plan, work performance reports will require change requests, and then factor and organization process it. And then the tools, this is the same previous two: expert judgment, meeting, change control tools. These are things required. And then you need from output that approve change request, change log, work performance report, project management plan, and project document update. So these are the things in terms of output are required, right? When we say the integrated change control. So this is what is meant by integrated change controls in terms of your output. So perform integrated change control is basically means managing approved change, maintain the integrity of baseline, reviewing, approving, and denying all the recommended corrective and preventive actions. Then the next thing is that documenting the complete impact of the change request. Then review and analyze, approve the change request promptly. That's another important thing. Then influencing the factor that circumvent the integrated change control also comes under the perform integrated change control. So idea is that whatever you approve, you make sure it's implemented, managed, and monitored. And the next important thing is that the prime or the main focus should be you maintain your baseline, right? When I say the integrated baseline, your cost baseline, your scope baseline, and your time baseline. So whatever initially you have assumed when you started the project, you need to make sure all those baselines are met until unless there is a new change or new change which is valid, approved change which is implemented. You need to make sure those baselines are met, and if there's any changes there, then again how to mitigate those baseline, that also need to be understood. So when we talk about the perform integrated change control, so it's basically looks into the six areas. One is your control scope. Remember, so we have scope baseline. So you need to make sure all your scope baseline or initial scope, when I say scope baseline means it's your initial scope, the project need to do a focus only those activity. They should not deviate from this initial baseline and try to maintain the same baseline when I say the control scope, and that is what is mean by the change control. So you need to control all the activities so that they are focused on the initial baseline. Then the control schedule, right? So remember, each project has its own deadline commitment, right? We have the deadlines or timelines, which basically means they have fixed start and finish date, and project should meet those criteria, those depending upon what are the things which is required to be done. This is what is a control schedule means. Then the control cost. Control cost is basically you need to control the cost, right? Control all the cost element of the project, and make sure your costs are basically in the baseline or approved baseline or budget baseline. This is what is mean by integrated cost control. Now coming to the quality, so that is your fourth thing. So like we have the scope baseline, deadline baseline in terms of timeline, then we have the control cost, the basically cost baseline or budget restriction. We do have the quality baseline also, right? Remember, we cannot provide infinite quality of product. There has to be some limitation of the product which is committed as per the contract requirement or as per the project requirement. We make sure, or the project manager should make sure that we are meeting what is required, just what is required, not more than this, not less than that. So you need to make sure you're just making in meeting your quality baseline, right? Remember, because if you try to do more than what is required, that will directly impact your costs. It will increase your costs, it may impact your timeline, which will again that will be harmful for your project objective or project scope. So always make sure you are maintaining your quality baseline. Then the next thing is controlling risk. Now As we mentioned earlier, right, the project is having the project goes over a certain duration or timeline. So it has some start date and some finish date, right? During between the start and finish day, there's a lot of factors which impact or which could impact the project activity, in terms of external factor, in terms of government policy, in terms of various resources, in terms of cost, material availability. There could be thousands of factors or thousands of uncertain activity which can impact your project. So idea is that to identify those risks, have a mitigation plan, and make sure those risks has minimal impact on your project activity, or let's say your baseline. So when you say baseline, means it has minimum impact on your cost, minimum impact or minimum delay in your schedule, and then the minimum changes required to deal with those risks. So this is what is mean by your control risk or manage risk. Then the next part is your control procurement. Now, controlled procurement basically means that you need to control the procurement, because procurement is directly your spending. They are directly impacting your dollar value of the project. So if you don't control your procurement, they will directly impact your project cost, and they have the big changes. Some of the big changes comes from the procurement because they are high value items. If you measure any project, if you some of the consider the procurement portion, which comes around around 60 to 50% of the total project cost, and if you don't control these elements, it means that it will directly impact your project cost in huge way, probably unmanageable way if you simply leave it like this. So you need to make sure continuously monitoring your procurement, so that all the costs are under control, or the major impact which is coming through the procurement are controlled. So the next step is your close project, or let's say the close project phase, or I would say the final the step for this integration project management process is you're closing the project, right? So you have done all the activity, projects are complete, all the deliverables are met. So final step is you're closing the project. Now, when we see the definition of closed project, is basically finalizing all activities which are completed across the project management process group, and formally, project the close the project or phase basically means you closed it, means you settle everything in terms of your budget obligation, scope obligation, everything settled with the client, vendors, stakeholders. Everyone is finalized and settled and agreed, and this is basically making sure each stakeholders are confirmed that your scope is complete and obligations are complete between each party. That's what this phase means, right? So in terms of input and output, again, this require project management plan. What were the deliverables, organization process asset, this information will be required. Then you will again in terms of techniques, again it's a common tools which we have already discussed, nothing new here. But if you see in terms of the goals or output, so you will basically receive the final product or the services. Well, you will not receive, but you will deliver the final product and services to the client and get the sign off from the client that okay, your project is complete, whatever is required, obligation was done as per the contract, which is met. And then based on that, you will have some lesson learned or learnings. Then you will utilize those lesson learned and update your organization process assets. So this is how in terms of your output for the final process, which is your close project or phase project, which is a part of your integration overall integration management for the project. So if you talk specifically about the activities of this phase, so this phase is basically conduct the individual performance appraisal. This is basically 360 appraisal, if you say, because team has done a lot of hard work, so you need to assess the individual performance, then send the appraisal information. Again, another after discussing with the function manager or HR manager, you can do that. Company skill database, depending upon your learning, you can understand, or you may have realized that some skill database need to be updated. Financial closure is required, then product verification is and to be done, then project result has to be updated. Archiving the project information, a useful thing which you need to do for the lessons, for the reference for the future projects. Surveys can be done. Lesson learned are the key, right? every project go through various phases, and something new you learn when you do the project. So it's very important to document those lesson learned and apply those lesson learned, and so that you are basically achieving those. Then you have the resources which you need to release it. Once the project is complete, you need to release it so that they can be available or deployed to the another projects. Then again, closure can also lead to early termination in many cases. So there's some of the cases you find the project is not meeting objective, or project is going to fail. Maybe management will decide that we'll close the project. So this is like pre-closure in some of the cases where project objectives are not met. So this is also done, in those cases where project has to be closed. So the key element of project integration management, whenever you're doing the integration of a project, there are certain key elements which you need to look into it. One is your develop project charter, key activity. Then you need to develop the project management plan, another important thing. Then you need to direct and manage the project. Of course, once you have developed, you have the authority and management plan in the hand, you need to execute the work as it's expected, right? That is your direct and manage project work. Then the manage project knowledge, that is also important thing, right? So while you're working, you need to make sure all the knowledge, lesson learned, everything you're managed, or everything passed on, shared with the whatever is required with stakeholders, with project team, with the cross-functional team. All the thing is also the one of the important thing while you're doing the integration management. Then the next thing is to monitor and control the project. Of course, once you're doing this directing and managing, you need to continuously assess the project performance, how the project is performing, and find out what are the corrective actions is required so that your work is done. Then you need to do the integrated change control, right? This is basically means that depending upon the new learning and new findings, you come to know that there will be some changes, which is required to be done, and you need to perform those changes, right? Then of course you need to close your project. Finally, when project is met, objectives are met, you need to finally close the project formally so that there is no ambiguity or there is no misalignment between the expectation of various stakeholders. So these are the key elements for any successful project manager. You must as a project manager look into all the 7 elements and make sure all the 7 elements are done or completed before you sign off the project. So this comes to an end of the knowledge areas. So remember, we have 10 knowledge areas, and we have gone into detail of each knowledge area, right? What are these? What are project management process? How we do this professional way? So by this time you must have the required expertise of each knowledge area. You must have understanding how we actually manage all those bits and pieces, right, of each knowledge, and you can apply those knowledge areas techniques to any of your project management industry or any of your project. Now learning about this knowledge area is basically gives the power to project manager to perform their roles and responsibilities. So project manager cannot do all those the knowledge manage all those knowledge areas by its own. So that's why they have separate the various roles and functions. So we have like planner, scheduler, we have like the cost controller, project controller, their quality managers, their site managers are there, HR managers separate, their communication team is also the separate way. We have like document controller who publish a document or do those repository of the document. You can find there's a dedicated risk manager, they could put dedicated procurement managers, stakeholders, other subject area. So these all things cannot be done completely by project manager. We may have the specific roles, the specialized people who are working on this activity. So it's very important to understand as a project manager what are your roles and responsibility. While one thing is that yes, you will be overall looking all those areas, But what are the other things which you as a professional project manager, when you're working on a project, which you should be working? And this is what we are going to understand in our next step, the project management activity, the project manager's activities in terms of roles and responsibility on a standard, the project management environment. So let's understand what is your roles and responsibility as a project manager, and then we discuss other things like how we can develop our career as a project manager in this project management industry. So after learning about the 10 knowledge area, remember we have learned about the 10 knowledge areas, right, in our previous course. Now the next important thing is to understand what is actually the project management activity which a project manager required to do, and what are the skills which the project manager should be having to perform their day-to-day activity. Not only day-to-day activity, but also there are several activity which are long-term activity, because projects have a particular start date and finish date, and project manager should possess various kind of skills, and he need to do the various activity to have the overall project management. So that's what we are trying to understand, and also I will explain why it is very important to understand what is the role and responsibility of project manager and what are the skills required, right? Because project management is a very complex area. A single project manager cannot do all the activity of a project, right? It's impossible. So the project manager has specific roles, and they require specific skills, and that's what we are going to learn about it. So now coming to the important question, that why we are discussing, about the project managers, because we have already discussed various knowledge areas, right? And we discussed what are the various process, and in simple term it means that we just follow that process, and that's what project management is. Well, yes, in terms of the very broad sense, you can say that those project the project management process against each knowledge area, and then we have the process management groups which should be followed to manage a project. But the thing is that from the project manager point of view, when you are trying to develop a career as a project manager, you cannot do all those activity alone, right? You need a team who will be doing specific activity. So you as a project manager, what are the roles, or what are the activity which you are supposed to do? And that's what we are going to learn about it. And why I'm discussing the roles and responsibility, because if you see the definition itself, so project management is application of knowledge. Remember, knowledge. So we have just done the 10 knowledge areas, right? We have already learned about this in part 1. And then the next important thing is skills, right? And then another thing is tools and techniques. So this we will be covering later on in this course, but now let's focus on the skills. So we have already learned about the knowledge area, right? 10 knowledge area we have already learned. Now it's come to the skills. So once you know the knowledge area is not sufficient, because you need to have some skills, some sort of skills which you can utilize to basically use those knowledge area. And then of course you will need some project management tools and technique. That's how we'll discussing later. So this is basically a combination of all three: your knowledge, your skill, and tools to do the project activity, right? Remember, you need to apply all those three elements on your project activity to do a successful project management. And that's why it's very important to learn what is the roles, responsibility, what are the skills, and that's what we're going to learn in this chapter. So if you see, the role of project manager is basically he's in charge of overall project, right? And handles everything involved in a project. So when I say handles, it doesn't mean that he is going to do it all activity. No, right? He don't do all the activity, right? He manages it, right? He manages. sorry, he, or let's say she. Okay, so project manager, they manage those activity and they are always involved, right? It doesn't mean that they are responsible to do those activity, but they know what's going on, what are the new happening, what are the various events which is happening on the projects, what team doing what kind of activity, what are their deadlines, all those aspects, right? Even though he's not directly work on it, but he knows what's going on the project, and that's what is mean by the overall in charge of the project. So as I mentioned earlier, the project actually span over several durations. So it can be long duration, it can be short duration, but it's not as the one date or same day start and finish activity. So what happens during that span, the project manager's roles and responsibility can be divided into or can be grouped into two activities. So one is like daily basis activity, which he or she the project manager need to do those activity on daily basis, to look after those activity on daily basis. And then there are some long-term activity which the project manager will he will not be doing all those activity every day, but of course on a long term they have the more impact, or they have significant impact in overall project outcome. So project manager need to focus on both, on daily activity as well as some long-term activity. So when I say the daily activity, means it's directly related to day-to-day PM activity, right? And of course the PM must be competent in managing those activities. So when I say competent, means your project related to scope management, schedule management, cost management, risk, quality, communication, right? All those 10 knowledge areas we have discussed earlier in the section 1. So project manager need to focus on those 10 knowledge area. Now the thing is that what kind of activity he will be doing on daily basis, that's what we need to understand, right? So that project manager become efficient, or they can efficiently focus on the task which is required effort, and tasks which can be postponed for later date. So here are some short-term activity. Of course, these activities will vary from project to project, industry to industry. So I try to generalize some of the common activity which is applicable to almost all industry. And so very first activity is you're checking the budget requirement, right? Again, you need to always check whether the budget is sufficient against all those work required, and it's all kind of the daily activity, or you can say the project manager need to do on day-to-day basis to understand what is the budget position, because remember every project is tied up with some finance, right? Some financial constraints. So because projects are actually done to make profit, right? And if there is no finance case, if there is no benefit in the project, then definitely that may lead to cancellation of the project, or management may decide some another decision to think about the project. There could be several the impact could be there if your budget is not aligned as per your initial expectation. So it's very important, one of the key activity which project manager should be doing on daily basis, not for the overall project, but at least for those activity which are currently going on and where there is a high probability of changing in budget. So that's what project manager need to focus. Then let's say if project manager identify those budget deviation, then of course he need to seek approval. So if there's any deviation, then he need to seek approval from the management or project board, depending upon the various processes set up in the organization. Project manager need to consider, or need to bring up those issues on the table to make decision, right? Especially for the seeking approval for the budget deviation. So let's say if some additional budget is required, right? So for that, project manager may need to go into to project board, depending upon what is the magnitude of the deviation. He need to seek appropriate approval. So that's another activity which project manager need to do on daily basis. So remember, first thing is identifying. This is basically nothing but identifying the deviations, right? And then once you identify it, then this is basically you're seeking approval, right? You get the approval from the management, so that you have the sufficient budget and work can go on. Then checking and maintaining required resources. Now remember, a project require various resources, especially the manpower, right? So, and there's quite possibility that a manpower is not available when activity is going to start or activity is going on, and that will directly impact your project schedule. So it's very important to always check and maintain the required resources. So in case if resource is not available, the required resource is not available, then definitely project manager need to make some arrangements, some adjustments, so that the required resources available and your project is not impacted due to the absence of that required resource. And that resource, not only its labor, it could be tool, it could be software, it could be another the material, all those kind of stuff which is basically required to complete your work need to be checked whether they are already available or not, especially for those activity which is currently going on, right? It not to be done for the whole activity. Okay, I'm not talking about the whole project, but activities which are, let's say, going on that day, or maybe during that week, that need to be checked to make sure the required resources are available. Then the pitching the finance team to increase the budget, right? Remember, always finance team is actually the deciding team who decides how much budget is allocated to a project, because this is directly aligned with the top management financial targets. So these decisions are based on finance team input or finance team opinion, and that's why it's very important for a project manager to continuously communicate with finance team and inform them regarding the budget position. And if any increase of budget is required, then definitely that need to be proposed to the finance team, so that finance team can do their financial analysis and understand the impact of those increase in budget, and accordingly appropriate decision can be taken. So that's another important activity which project manager should be doing on daily basis if required, right? When I say daily basis, it doesn't mean that every day he's going to go to the finance team and start asking for increase of budget, but in case if it's required, right, case to case basis, then definitely he needs to go and seek the advice of the finance team. Then evaluating the risk and develop the mitigation plan, that is also very important, right? Remember, project is dynamic, right? So when I say dynamic, means if there's a start date and there's a finish date, definitely from this point to this point there could be a lot of things which could happen. There's a lot of factors which can change your assumptions, and those all factors need to be identified. Those are basically nothing but your risk. So this need to be identified, and then a mitigation plan, a proper mitigation plan has to be developed so that risk can be mitigated. Then check the project progress report. Again, keeping track of the progress is very important, especially those current I'm talking the current activity which is going on, right? You need to very important to check the progress of those activity, what is happening, which activities are going to delay, so that you can understand the possible impact of those activities, right? Then ensure the schedule and timeline are updated. So there's a lot of things going on a project on daily basis, and project managers ensures that the scheduler or the planner or those team members, responsible team members, is basically updating the schedule and timeline, so that when you see the overall project, you will have a correct and updated information. Then reallocate the tasks to meet the workload. This we have discussed already in the resource requirement. So basically, if some task is pending due to the requirement of workload, then it's project manager responsibility to ensure that sufficient resource, or let's say sufficient manpower is available for doing the work, right? Then ensure work is done in approved process and procedure. Very, very important, because remember, every organization, right, every organization has its own process and procedures. So it's very important to follow those process and procedure, not only for organization, but when our project is going on, client has his also own set of process, approved process and procedure, which is supposed to be followed. So project manager need to make sure that whatever work is going on or whatever work is being done, it's always complying the approved process and procedure. Then the frequent communication, very obvious, right? On daily basis, project manager need to connect with the various functions. Remember, a project involves various functions, let's say for engineering, procurement, design, construction, maybe coding. If you talk about software industry, those like coders, then there's developer teams are there. There's several teams which is working in a software industry. So idea is that a project manager should frequently communicate with those functions depending upon case to case on daily basis, and make sure the right information is available at right time to the right function. So once you understood what are the daily basis activity, we will be focusing on long-term activity. So long-term activity means which project manager did not need to focus on daily basis, but of course those are the long-term responsibility which project manager need to do over a period of time, right? So this is what we mean by the long-term project management activity. So basically overall project manager need to ensure the project is on time and on budget, right? So remember, project manager has two level of working on this time and cost. Basically, remember these are the three constraints. So one is your scope, right, cost, and then your the time. So the project manager need to work on these aspects daily basis, right? So daily basis depending upon current activities he need to focus on daily basis. Now also not only daily basis but overall also from start to finish, right? From start to finish, project manager needs to make sure the project is overall on time, right? Because there is no delay, simply this means no delay, right? And on budget. So basically it means that no overruns. Okay, so this is what it means in a long term. The objective is to make sure the project is on time and on budget. Then review the overall project plan. Of course, we develop a project plan as start of the project. Remember the project management plan, let's say PMP, project management plan we develop here. This need to be continuously reviewed. Remember, project is dynamic. There could be several factors which come till the project is finished. So accordingly, your project plan need to be updated so that it still stay relevant with respect to the current situation of the project. Then another activity, team building activity, very important. Organized team building activity and reward, because it helps the team to keep their morale up, to keep them motivated and continuously focused. And of course reward is important because that's basically further motivate the team to improve their productivity and do the good job. So another very important long-term activity, then meet and update the management. Also it's very important, right? So on a regular basis, maybe monthly basis or quarterly basis, the project manager need to meet the management and update what is going on the project, maybe in terms of cost, in terms of time, in terms of scope, maybe some new requirement has come up from the client. All those things need to be updated to the management. So when I say a management, means basically upper management, right? So this is your basically the project director or the CEO level guy. They need to be updated on those the project current status, right? And then of course if some project budget is required in terms of extension or additional budget, then again this has to come from the top management, and this need to be sought approval, or the approval has to be taken from those management or upper management to give this budget. Then the next thing is define the business case and profitability. Remember, It's a project manager job to ensure or to prove, right, that continuing the project is feasible or it's good for the company, right? That's very important. It is project manager responsibility to prove this profitability and the business case, right? So that it's proved that the project is still relevant and the management should continue with the project instead of canceling or dropping the project, right? Then the nurturing new project leader, another long-term activity. Remember, for any organization doing the project management effectively, you need to have some good leader, the experienced leader who can work the several the projects. So remember, a project itself is a good say, I will say, a learning ground for all kind of project team members, right? So from day one till day end, even though it doesn't matter how much expertise you are, how much experience you are, you will learn something new on a project. And that's why the project call, it's a temporary and unique endeavor to produce the unique output. Even though it's the same type of project, two same type of project will also differ from each other. So and you could have two different set of learning from the same kind of projects. And that's what that's why you need new leaders there, so that you can do them efficiently. You don't repeat the same mistake again and again. So that's why parallelly, when project manager is doing project management activity, he need to develop the new leaders who can handle such projects more efficiently for the company. Then interview and hire new talent. Very obvious, right? Because many time happens that people leaves, right? We live in a organization where new people joins, old people leave for new organization. So there's a lot of change happens when from project start to project finish. And during those period of time, there may be requirement of induction of new talent or new people to the project team, and that's why project manager need to take the interview and hire a new role or the person to the team, so that your project activities are going on as per the plan or on time, right? Then arrange a milestone approval. Remember, every project is basically divided into various milestones, or let's say the various phases. We have discussed the project life cycle, right? We discussed this concept earlier in part 1. So if you have not learned this, I suggest you go to the part 1 and see that chapter. So basically these milestones are kind of the point where you need to basically consider whether the deliverables are met, and then get the approval for the next phase, right? So move from, let's say, from this milestone to this milestone. You need to prove that all the deliverables are met at this stage, and then you move to this step. Then when you reach at this step, you need to prove that every deliverable is met, and we are ready to move to the next step. Then from the next step to next step. So this is how the project moved from one milestone to another milestone, and it's project manager's responsibility to arrange the approval, right? Approval of those milestones, so that project can move ahead. So those were the project managers long-term and short-term activity which project manager should be doing on a project. And again, these are the generals, roles and responsibility. We will be discussing specific roles and responsibility of a project manager for various kind of industry later in this course, but I was just telling the general minimum activity which are roles and responsibility which project manager should be taking while working on any project or supporting any project. Now next part comes to skills, right? Now to do this activity, to perform this activity, project manager will need some sort of skills, some specific sets of skills to perform those activity or to do this activity, right? It's not possible that any sets of skill will be applicable, because project management is a combination of, like we mentioned earlier, right? So knowledge areas, skills and tools, which basically means that it's not just one discipline. It's a combination of various discipline, and you need to have some specific sets of skills. So for a project manager to do the activity, basically there are two categories. I will divide the skills of a project manager, which is basically soft skills and hard skills, right? Very common term in any project management or any corporate organization. So the project manager should possess both your soft skill as well as hard skill, and these both are required to make the right decision at right time. Remember, project doesn't need the right, not only right decision, but they need to be taken at right time. A decision taken late is basically going to impact your project in negative way, right? So it's very important to take the right decision at right time, and for that a project manager will need both soft skill and well as a hard skill, right? So hard skill cannot just translate your project management success. So this is what it means here. So right, you cannot only rely on the hard skill to complete a project. You definitely need some soft skill, right? How you coordinate with customer, how you coordinate with other stakeholders, how you manage those stakeholders, not only the functional but with your team also. So that's why the project management is always require your hard plus softs, right? Both skills are required, right? Hard and soft skills. So what are these hard and soft skills? Let's discuss one by one. So let's discuss a hard skill first, right? I will call it technical, mostly technical skills. So basically, for a project manager or for a project management, your first hard skill is your planning skill, right? Again, planning is again a very vast discipline, and again, I'm not saying that you have to be very expert on the planning, but as a project manager you should have some good understanding of planning skills, so that you can plan your project, or you understand some wherever your gap is there in the project by utilizing this planning skill, right? And this is very important because you need to estimate time, estimate effort, estimate activity, not only activity, but you need to understand what are the activity will be required, what are the logics, how the projects will be executed. All those things has to be planned, and those is basically referring to your hard skill. So that's what means your technical skill, right? So this is what I was referring earlier. Hard skill means basically this has to be industry specific, right? This is very important. So every industry has a different sets of activity, different type of projects, and this will depend upon the type of projects. So that's why I call it's industry specific, and where the experience matters a lot, right? If you have experience for similar kind of project, you will be able to do better on those planning skills. Then next skill is budgeting skill, and of course once you plan the thing, the next important thing is to budget it, right? Because every project is tied up with your finance, right? When I say finance, means basically it's a profit or loss, right? So idea is that to make profit from every project, and for that you need to have the budget skill. So budget skill means basically you need to see the cost part and then how much profit we are making, and that will completely depend upon how proficiently or how professionally efficiently you deal with the budget problem of your project, right? Then you have the risk management, very important again, right? So every project, when start to finish, it's basically exposed with various kind of element which can impact the project's risk, the project schedule, the cost risk. There could be several kind of factors which basically jeopardize the deadline of the project, or increase the cost of the project, or maybe increase the scope of the project due to some unknown factors. So it's very important to understand those risks and how to manage or mitigate those risks. So that's another hard skill which every PM should have, so that this minimize the impact of especially the negative impact of the project. Then the fourth one is project analytical skill. Remember, analytics is very important because a project is nothing, it's getting various kind of data from procurement, from engineering, from construction, from the coders, from software engineers. There could be thousands, in fact, so many gigabyte of data is flowing every day. Now the thing is that if project manager is not able to analyze all those data, then it will be very difficult for a project manager to make decision, right? Until unless he analyze those data, understand those data, based on those, then based on those understanding or those analytical studies, he can make info decision, right? And if he is not having that kind of skill, definitely that will create problem for a project manager. So it's very important to have the project analytical skill. And nowadays with AI, we have a lot of digitization. Remember, now we are moving to digital era of project management, I will say, right? Where data is the key, right? uh, Data, I will say, fueling all the project management process. So it's very important to have this skill to understand how you analyze those data and make decisions, right? And then the next thing is domain expertise. That is very important, right? So if you ask a construction manager to do a software project, it will be very difficult, right? Because a construction project manager has very well, he's very much aware how the construction industry work, what are the various execution methodology, what kind of framework they follow. So those kind of expertise is actually specific to the particular industry. Now if you ask a construction project manager to do a software project management, that will be completely disaster, because that's a completely different domain, that's a different industry, that's required different approach, different kind of skills, a different kind of technical knowledge has to be will be required, and a construction project manager will not be able to do that. So that's why it's very important to have the domain expertise. A software engineer will be more better or much better choice as a project manager for a software project rather than a construction manager, because software engineers knows at least some part of overall the management process, or he's a part of that software product development process, and he knows how things works, and he can utilize those domain expertise to better manage the project, right? Whereas if you try to put a construction project manager on a software project, it will be very difficult. So those skills were about your hard skill, mainly related to technical part. Basically this defines what you learn in university, what you learn through the experience, in terms of how actually deal the technical aspects of any project. Now there's another aspect of the project management that is called basically the soft part, or I will say the soft skills, right? Because remember, soft skill is very important, because project is not just about doing some technical stuff. Project is it's involved, remember the three the PPT which I mentioned earlier. So one is the people, right? Sorry, let me write it. So it's a people, process, and then tool, right? So this is what I call PPT: people, process, and tool. Now where people is involved, so you need to say it's not just about some applying some tools to get the work done. It's a combination of both. Your people, then there's a process and tool. You need to combine all three together in an optimum combination or optimum way, so that you achieve the project goal, right? You need to optimize those things in a optimum way. And then to do this, you cannot do it but just by hard or technical skill. You will need soft skills, right? And then what are those soft skills are? First thing is a presentation skill. Remember, a project manager most of the time, in fact I will say almost 50% of the time, is spent on presenting the information to the all kind of stakeholder, not only the top management or some to the client, but to the internal stakeholders, let's say project team member, functional team, functional owner. Project manager need to basically present the information, it not to be just PPT always. he may need to present in a various form the data in terms of discussing the information. So presentation the data in effective manner is very important, right? This is very important to deliver the effective and informative presentation, so that right information, basically it means that you are providing right information at right time to right people, right? Right information, right time to the right people. And that's why you need presentation skill, right? To present those information, to present those data to the concerned stakeholders. So that's the first thing. Second thing is your communication skill, right? So communication skill is, I know, is both verbal, non-verbal. There are several kind of communication. I don't want to go into those details, but the thing is that this is basically ability, or the how efficiently you transfer the information in an effective way to the team is very important, right? And again, it's a vast chapter, the communication skill, but it's one of the the major soft skill which you should be having as a project manager, so that you are effectively managing a project. Then the leadership skill. Again, leadership is very important, because when you say the project manager is nothing but he's basically leading a team, right? A team is basically a combination of, or a group of people, or let's say group of expertise, I will say, right? Now you need to lead all those people, right? And that's why it's very important that you possess a good leadership skill, where you can lead a team with a particular goal, particular objective, drive them to, guide them. You may not be the expertise of each and everything, because that's the job of each team member. They are the expertise of their knowledge area, but how to focus all those effort in a particular direction, that's what you need to learn here in the leadership skill, right? Then the decision making skill. Again, projects, sometimes you need to make very tough decision on a project, and it's not easy, right? And that's why you need to have there are several tools and technique you can apply to make a decision. But then again, this is one of the skill which you should be pausing, or you should be having as a project manager. Conflict resolution is another very important soft skill. So whenever, remember, whenever there are people, like two people or multiple people involved, definitely it's very obvious that there could be some conflict among the people, right? There could be conflict among the processes. There are several processes by the several function. There could be conflict. I mean, it's not just people only. The thing is that how to identify those conflict and resolve those, and that is basically one of the critical key skill, or I will say the critical soft skill for any project manager. So what is good project manager, right? So we have discussed hard skill, we have discussed soft skills, we have discussed various roles and responsibilities. So, and everyone wants to become good at project manager. So basically, good project manager means good project management practices or good results. So the aim is how to become a good project manager, or what are the things which you should be specifically focusing. There are multiple things, and the point is that we as a human being cannot focus on everything, but what are the key things, in my experience, or I want to share what are the key things which you should be focusing on to become a good project manager, or let's say the leader. Not just how you transform yourself from a project manager to project leader. So one thing, very first thing, is effective communication skill. We have already discussed in the soft skill part. This is must, right? And when I say effective communication skill, it doesn't mean you have to be talkative, right? You have to be always talking and doing all kind of chit chat. No, that's not effective communication. The effective communication is you need to understand what information has to be shared with whom at what time, right? That's all you need to think, so that it has very effective, very efficient way of communicating with people, instead of just simply talking and without any purpose. That's what I mean by the communication skill. It's the right information to the right people at the right time is what it is mean by effective communication, right? Then the next thing is, right, the second thing is doing the things in organized manner, right? Remember, a project is very dynamic in nature. There are a lot of activity happens, and it's not easy to the manage those things, and there are a lot of things happen at the same time. So doing the thing in organized manner is very important. And if you are not organized, if you have not planned your activity, I'm not saying the project activity, but what you will be doing personally, if you are not doing those in organized manner, if you don't have a plan for those, then definitely this will impact on your work which you're doing on a project activity. So it's very important to be organized. And as you know, right, project management, the critical part is planning. So if you can't plan yourself, then probably planning a project will be difficult for you, right? So planning is not just something some kind of task for a project, but planning should be your, or being organized should be your second nature itself, right? There's no exception to this. If you want to become a good project manager or leader, you have to be organized. Very, very important. Then the third one is ability to get the things done, right? Of course, there's a lot of planning happens. Now to bring those plan to the reality, right? Plan to reality, it doesn't, if you plan something, it doesn't mean it become reality, right? Let me just write again. So the distance between this from plan to reality is this skill. If you have the ability to get the things done, this ability will basically make this difference, whether a plan will remain planned or this plan will become a change to the reality. This ability is going to help you. Then the next thing is the leadership by example, right? That's very important, because when you lead a team, you just don't direct the team, right? You just simply give some orders to a team and say, okay, just do it. Well, you need to show them by doing it how it is done, and that's why we call leadership, right? You don't just direct the people and dictate some terms to do their job. You need to show them, because many times team is not able to find a way or understand clearly. So it's very important to first show them how it's done and then let the team to do this activity. Then people and interpersonal skill, again, for any project, people is the key element, right? It is not tool, it is not technique, right? It is not your processes. The first priority should be your people. Remember, project is not something which we are doing in modern world. The project is being done before even these tool processes were there, right? This is how the know-how managed our construction work. This is how our humanity was saved, and that was done through the project management. And remember, that time there was no some special tool or complex processes. Those were just people who managed to complete that project. And the same is basically applicable now also. People are always the key or the topmost priority or topmost resource of any project, and they should be given first priority. And that's why this skill, people and interpersonal skill, is another key or the success factor for you from project manager to becoming project leader, right? So if you focus on these just these five things, this will, I'm sure this will help you to achieve your dream to become a project leader. So we have discussed enough about the various skills, roles and responsibility. What are the key factor of a good project management or good project manager. Now the thing is that how to develop your career, because you may be at various stages in your life or in your journey to your career development. how you start develop, let's say, how you basically initiate your journey, or let's say if you're already in your journey, how to reach to the next step, or how to reach to from another current state to the another state, or let's say in terms of hierarchy. So all those things we will be discussing, because a project manager career has several steps in terms of hierarchy, in terms of roles and responsibility, in terms of various position, what are the corporate ladder, all those things we will be discussing in next chapter, and we will try to develop a strategy or explain, depending upon your situation, how you can start developing your career and in project management and achieve whatever your target is. So in previous section, we have learned about the project manager skill, project management roles and responsibility. And then in this section, we are going to learn about how to develop your project management career, right? Because you may be at different stage of your life and you want to succeed in project management career. So in this section, we will be basically discussing in detail what is requirement, how you can start, and then how you can develop your project management career in terms of future goal, and what could you expect in terms of development of career. So this is all we are going to discuss in this chapter, so stay tuned. So before going into the career development understanding, or the career development detail, I would like to explain the certified project managers, right? So remember, to become a project manager, you do not need any certification, right? You do not need any certification to be here, right? It's not mandatory, not mandatory, right? You can be the PM without having any certification, right? In fact, whatever I have met, many project managers, they don't have any formal certification of project management, but they are very good at managing specific type of projects. Why? Because they have gained so much experience throughout their professional career, that they become expertise managing those kind of projects, right? Now the point is that they are not a general expertise at project management. They are very good at managing certain type of projects, but they cannot manage all type of projects, right? Or every type of projects. So what the difference, the main difference between a certified project manager or a traditional project manager, we can discuss, between the traditional and certified project manager. The major difference is that a certified project managers know the fundamental of project management processes. He's know, how the project management works, and then, accordingly, he can apply those process, those knowledge to the various type of projects, right? Whereas traditional project manager may not be able to do so if some different kind of project is given to him, which is not as per align, or not align as per his expertise or previous experience. So in short, what I mean to say that, having certification really helps. It opens you the various doors of opportunity, but it doesn't guarantee that you will become project manager, or also it's not a mandatory one to have a certification to become a PM, right? So that's why, I just want to discuss the importance of certified project manager. But again, it's not uh, mandatory, and you will realize this. You might have came across many project manager, many people who's having designation or designated as a project manager, but they don't have any specific project management certification, right? And they are very good at managing projects. So keep this in mind while you're thinking, certified or certification of project management. So coming to the key question, how how to become a project manager, right? How to develop your career in project management, how you can become a project manager leader, right? So this journey starts with your current status of professional journey, right? Remember I mentioned that you may be at different stages. You may be a student, right, who want to become project manager, who want to develop a career in project management. You may be a fresh graduate from college, right, who's looking for a job or something. You may be the fresh employee, or you can say the new employee to a company you had just joined, right? Or let's say you're the fresher in the company and you have some experience or just started working and you want to develop your career in project management. Or you are already working on projects, right? So you're already working on projects, right? Maybe in some sort of project professional, and you want to develop your career as a project manager, because you may not be working as a project, because there are several roles in a project management. So you may not be working as a PM, and you want to develop a career as a PM, and then further you want to develop your career as a project leader, right? So you want to just don't want to limit yourself till manager level, but you want to become senior leadership position and develop a career. So how to do that, right? Now to do this, you need to understand first thing where you are, what is your current position. So depending upon the current position, right, this is what I mean, you can set from which point you to start and how you can plan your future actions so that you will achieve your target, right? So when I say your current status, you can be a student, you can be job seeker, you can be working professional, and who is planning your career in a project management world, right? So and it's all start with learning. So like I mentioned, right, project management is all about having right experience at right industry in a right the quantity. So the project management, it's all start with learning, right? We have to learn specific project management, specific type of industries, and once you start that learning, and you can further develop, start learning first from the various courses, then from the experience from the project, then apply those learning, then again learn the new skills and all those things. So this is what we call the starting point. The learning is basically nothing but starting point of your project management career. Now how to do that, how to start that learning curve, from where you start, because you may be a student, you may be at various stages. What is the best way for you, depending upon your status, to start your learning curve? Now that's a question, right? So that's what we are going to discuss in our next slide. So I assume, let's say you are, let's start from very basic. So let's say you are very early, right, very early in your learning curve, and let's say being very proactive, you are fascinated with project management career, and then you thought that you will develop your career as a PM, right? And you are just a student. When I say student, you're just a high school, right, a high school graduate or just a diploma holder, and you want to develop a career in project management. So the best way you can start your learning curve, right, you can start your learning curve with a certified training process. There are various courses available, online courses are available, you can easily access those. They are free, paid, depending upon your interest. You can start from the basic knowledge. You can go to the Project Mind YouTube channel. There's a lot of free material, plenty of professional level materials is available. You can go through them and you will have very much it's deep or better understanding of project management, or its industry, its application. So that will help you. So like that, you can go through the Coursera, you go to the Udemy, other web portal to get the basic knowledge. See, the aim at this stage is to have the basic knowledge, right, and connect those knowledge with your daily activity, right? So as I mentioned earlier, project management is something which is applicable to your daily life, right? If you see minutely, you may be handling several projects. So let's say you want to buy a mobile for your mother. Now buying a mobile for your mother itself is a project. If you look at closely, you have the budget constraint, you want to buy some specific type of mobile, and maybe you want to buy it before certain date, before her birthday. So all three constraints, your timeline, your scope and budget, is there, right? So it's become a kind of project, but you don't realize that as a project, right? Because you don't know what exactly project management is, and that's why you are not sure whether that's a project or not. But it's actually it's a project. And just to extrapolate that example, so suppose at home you buy a mobile for your mother, and suppose you are working in a company, and their company decided that they want to provide a mobile phone to each of their employee, and you are given that project to handle that. Now instead of buying one mobile, you need to buy, let's say, the 1,000 mobile for the 1,000 employee of your company. And that has become a very big task, because you need to understand the requirement of each employee, what kind of budget constraints are there, what kind of mobile they're asking, where they want to get it delivered, all those things. So if you extrapolate the same activity to the professional level, it's become a complex project. And then you will need very professional services, professional advices, professional approach to do that project, right? So if you are a student, don't think that you have nothing to do uh, with project management, right? In fact, you are already, or you might be managing some project and you are not knowing it. So it will be very helpful to understand the basic knowledge. The more the basic knowledge that you have at a very early stage, you can easily plan out how you can navigate through the top, the leadership or top management or leadership in the project management ladder. So if you're a student, right, then best way will be that you start having a basic knowledge from various online courses, available material. You can go through this, and that will be the the starting point uh, for you as a student. Now let's say you are a student, but not a high school student, but a college student, right? Or you are basically pursuing a bachelor degree, right? And you are just say freshly graduated from the college. You don't have the job, you just got your degree, and you want to develop a career in project management, right? Now in this scenario, how you should start, right? So you cannot simply go and ask for a job even though you're graduated. I mean, if you get the job, you're lucky, but normally you won't be becoming a PM just getting out of your college, right? So now to get the project management role, you need to start your point, right? And again, for starting yourself in project management career, you need to start learning about the basics of the project management, how those principles, those knowledge areas, skills and tools, and then basically acquire those skills, get good at those skills. So your starting point is again certified training courses to learn the basics. So it's very important to have a good certified training courses, right? Not any general or something random courses. I suggest you go through some certified the training courses through various institution, professional knowledge bodies are there who provide those certified training. You should go through those training and gain the basically have the concept of techniques, what are the techniques used, and not only depending upon the interest, because remember, you cannot be the project manager of every kind of project. You can be project manager of any kind of project, but you cannot be the project manager of every kind of project. So you need to focus which project is good for you. So when I say which project is good for you, that will mostly depend upon at this stage when you are, let's say, pursuing some bachelor degree or some graduation. You should focus on the discipline or the major you basically did you might have done some specialization in, let's say, communication, media, or let's say in terms of arts, or let's say you have engineering degree, so you have some specialization. So you need to focus those kind of projects which is basically aligned with your knowledge, the basic, the degree knowledge, right? And then you need to focus on that similar kind of project. So you need to basically do those specialized certified training for those specific industries or the projects, and then approach for project management jobs, right? This is how you should plan your project management journey or develop your project management. So for this stage, if you are a degree holder or you are graduating from your school, you should focus on certified training course specific to your major or specialization, right? Also, you should try to get an internship or apprentice job for a small project of your industry, right? Your industry means specific to your specialization, right? That's very important. So specialization is a key. Whatever your specialization of your study, focus on those kind of projects, those industry, and try to get internship, right? You can offer, no need to focus on paid internship. Even non-paid internship will help you immensely, because remember, project management is more like learning through experience instead of just reading some books and getting experience. So it's very valuable opportunity if you get internship or apprentice job, where you can learn about the projects, how the projects are being managed. Even though it's a small one, it doesn't matter, right? From a learning point of view, that will help you a lot. So at this point of stage, you can follow this strategy, and this will be your starting point if you are a bachelor, right? So this will be your starting point if you are a bachelor or just fresher, right? Now, so if you're looking for a let's say entry-level job, right? You have graduated or you are this fresher, then you can basically go through those certified training courses. Also, I mean, you can find the job if you get opportunity to work on the project, to start working on that. That will really help you, because the working on a project is a most valuable opportunity to gain the practical knowledge, right? That's very important, because these practical knowledge are specific. They are specific to particular industry, right? Which basically means they are specialized to specific type of project. And that's the key of success. So remember, if you try to focus on all kind of projects, you will not be able to succeed. That will be very difficult for you. But if you try to focus or get specialized on a specific type of project or a specific industry, right, that will really help you to faster grow faster in your career in project management path. Now, another approach, let's say if you're already graduated and you're looking for entry-level job, then in that case you can either go through the certificate training courses, some certified, like say PMP or APM, those kind of the world-renowned institute. You can do that, right? So this will basically help you to prove your professionalism, I would say the professionalism in project management, right? Because those are the recognized degrees or certification, which is recognized all across the various organization, and that will help you to at least prove that you have the fundamental knowledge of project management. Also, at this stage, right, you can think of pursuing full-time online university degree. So there are MBA degree, right? There are MSc degree in project management. So you can think of it, whether do you want to masters or in this project management field. Remember, in project management field we have the PhD degrees also. So Do you want to follow, go for MBA or MSc or PhD in project management? This is the right time to decide on this. So if you want to pursue further, go on deep on those project management area. Uh, this could be another starting point for you if you are just a fresher, or just get out of the college or looking for a job, or you just started your job and then you are planning to for higher study. You can decide at this point of time. This is the right point where you can decide how you want to grow your career. And remember, if you have the more specialization, basically that will be more specific to industry, right, which basically give you the more edge to excel in this or in the particular field. That's very important. So it will help you a lot in case if you decide to go for particular industry or particular specialization. Well, then another scenario. So let's say you're already graduated, right, or you already postgraduated, you have the master's degree with significant experience, or at least some experience in working. It may not be directly related to project management experience, but you have some work experience and you want to develop a career in project management. Well, then in that case, I think the first place is to learn from the project management from your project itself. This is the first thing you should do before going into any certification, right, or degree or blah blah blah, all those things. You should first start working on a project. This should be your priority, to start working on a project. It may be small one, it may be some small role in a project. Please jump on that role. That will be the best learning place for you for the particular industry, and start your project management career, right? No certification, no degree is going to give you that amount of value or going to add you what value in comparison of the value which you will get through working on a project. So at this point of stage, your focus should be work on project, right? No degree and certification, because this work is directly adding value to your PM experience, right? PM experience in particular field. And remember, the experience in particular field is key for success, right? If you have the experience in a particular field, this will basically propel you or propel your career. So make sure you have the right experience in right industry. So once you know what is your current position, right, the next step will be you start working on starting point. So once you know where to start, you can start gaining knowledge of project management through the various courses, certification, degree. That is your starting point, right? Or maybe starting working on a project with some smaller role. So that's become your starting point, and through this you can depending upon which stage you are, you can decide whether a course is good for you, a degree is good for you, or start working on a project what is suitable for you. And accordingly you can start focus on working to develop from that point, right? So that's the idea here, right? So first you identify what is your current status, and then depending upon current status you decide what will be the best suitable mode for you to learning, maybe course, degree, whatever, and then start working on it. So like I mentioned earlier, right, for deciding what is your starting point, you need to evaluate several things, right? Because your starting point, right, your starting point will depend on several factors. Maybe what type of profession you have, how much time is available for you, what are your aspirations, right? You need to check all those things. And again, I mentioned that your qualification should be aligned with the industry. That's very important. So if you don't have, if you have experience of some another industry and you're trying to apply for some different industry as project management, that will probably not fly out, right? So your qualification, your experience, your interest should be aligned with a particular industry, right? And then that how you can find out that you can go through, those industries job description and see, in the job description what are the requirement there, what is aligned with the industry, your specific experience which you have in a particular industry, whether it is aligned with that or not, right? So it's very important to find out, all your knowledge, your experience is aligned with the right industry. Then again, to have starting a point. So what, even though you decided to go ahead and develop a career, you need to see, how, what is time available, what is budget. Again, that is also key, because again, acquiring knowledge and certification, it's required time as well as some investment, maybe small, big, depending upon what our choices are. But again, it does require some resource in terms of time and budget to work on your career aspiration, right? And again, other things like what kind of processes a company use, even you talk about the same industry, the two company might have the different processes to do the same project. So you need to understand all those, the processes and the company type, as well as your personal preference works also matters, right? So if you don't have interest in a particular industry, so even though you have qualification or experience, probably it will not fly out, because remember, project management is not any other job, right? It's a very demanding job. It's a very demanding, right? And it's required a lot of efforts. So even though it's very glamorous to be called a project manager, but it's very demanding and a lot of effort. So make sure you know where you want to work and whether that industry is suitable for you, or whether do you really want to pursue your career. So once you know your starting point, once you know from where to start, right? Now the next question is that you need to start. Well, when I say you need to start, I mean basically you need to walk the talk. So whatever you have planned, whatever you have decided to work on, the next step is that you need to start working on it, right? You need to spend some time, some effort, maybe in studying the curriculum, understanding those, applying those, and then having a deeper understanding how it's work. So you need to put effort there once you decide your starting point, right? And again, this duration and effort will depend upon what type of course you have chosen, what is your current professional status is that, whether you have sufficient time to work on it or not. And remember, it may take months to year to have the professional certification or recognition, because it's not a very short duration process. So it's a time-taking process, so it's required continuous effort. That's the important thing, continuous effort. It's not just some one time or some very short-term endeavor which you can do and then complete it and you recognize. You need to put continuously effort, and then spend time and maybe some resources to achieve those, right? And once you're professionally certified, which basically means you're recognized worldwide, right, that you have the basic knowledge, at least you have the basic knowledge of professional project management, right? And very well aware of certain the well-known standard or common standard across the industry. So you are not new in terms of concept, and you are basically very versed, aligned, or have a clear understanding how those things work in general to the various industry. And then you can further go deep as you work more and more on those kind of project. You can have better understanding, and you can become a good project manager, or let's say the efficient project manager on the particular field. So this is the third step, important one. You need to act, right? Act on your plan, whatever you have decided. So Now fourth step is, once you let's say started and start working, and maybe you have sufficient experience, and then you able to get the certification successfully, right, or let's say some degree. Now the next thing is that you need to get the real work experience. Having a certification doesn't mean that you become PM, right? It simply means that you have some basic knowledge, or let's say the good knowledge, right? Basic knowledge of PM or project management. But it doesn't mean you are a project manager. Now, to become a project manager, you need to work on real project, right? Because there you will be applying all your knowledge or skills and tools and techniques you have learned through these courses. It get applied on those project work, and then actually you will become some new, you will be learning new things to become more effective, the better project management. So that's why I was mentioning earlier, even though you don't have the project management, the certification or the degree, it doesn't mean you can become project manager, because in older days, or let's say even now also, there are several project managers, they don't have formal certification, but they are very good project managers, right? So learning by doing, or learning through the working on a project, is a key, right? This is the key. Whether you have certification or not, that's a secondary thing. Your primary thing is learning by doing on actual work is a key, and that will basically help you to improve your skill, to work better on those particular type of projects or industry where you can develop your career by utilizing all your knowledge or specific skills. So now once you start working on a project, right, well, definitely, once you have the cert, what's the starting point, you got the certification, exactly, you will get sooner or later chance to work on project and start getting, the knowledge of the project management. Well, that's the good point, or let's say, the best thing which can happen to you in developing a project management career. But this is not the the final destination, right? So once you start working on a project, your very next step should be develop yourself as a thought leader, or that is what is called by project leadership role. This is what I meant, right? Remember, I mean, your aim is to get into a project management career, right? And to develop that career, you maybe start working some small project management role. We will be discussing, what kind of roles are there. Supporting role, let's say, right? Let's say you start working on supporting role. Now your goal is that once you get this role, you slowly work, rise to the corporate ladder, right? You start from your project manager, project director, VP, and all those things. So your idea is that to become the thought leader, right? You need to reach here, or project leadership role. That's what the aim you should be doing, okay, once you start working on this. So continuous learning is a key here. How you're going to become a project leader, right? So from PM, project manager, to project leader, how you're going to become, this is you're going to do through this continuous learning. You have to continuously learn the specific things, specific sets of tools, maybe hard skills, soft skill, applied to a specific industry. All those things you have to continuously learning. Once you get the project management role or project manager supporting role, it's not the ending of your learning. It's basically you need to be you are in next phase. You basically reach your next phase where you start learning more practical things specific to the industry, being more effective to a particular type of projects, and developing yourself as a project leader instead of just being as a project manager. So that's the the final step. And once you develop yourself in a project leadership, you will immediately find yourself in a very top, I would say, the top hierarchy of project management leadership career. So, well, I think you have you understood very well that how you want you should be developing your career, and hopefully this section help you to think or plan your project management career development process or development curve. And trust me, this is how I develop my career, right? I basically started, I'm an engineer, right? And I started working specifically to specific type of projects. I was not certified, or I didn't take any certification and then start working on project. I got some supporting role because I started with engineering role and then slowly start working on project management supporting role, and then got in between I got certification and then start taking the bigger roles in a project management. So this is how it started, and trust me, this is how majority of people, I never saw someone who has directly got a degree and become a project manager or project director. No, at least I have not met such people. So whatever project management or project managers or project professional I met, they grow through this process only, right? They start getting knowledge about the specific industry, then start utilizing, applying their skills, project management skill, learning new skills, working on new roles, and then developing their career. And probably this is how you should be doing, and you're developing your career depending upon your interest, type of industry, type of the role do you want to focus on. This is the key, or this is the way how you can develop your career. So remember three things. First thing is always start with learning. So you have to always learn, always keen to learn, right? May not be very technical stuff, but again you need to understand the overall project management processes, what are the tools, how how it works, and how things getting managed. And then once you learn, you have to work it, right? Work is basically, in project management, at least in project management, working is basically learning, right? And when you learn, then you start work on this, basically apply those skills, you work, and further whatever you gain through working, then you start learning. So it's a circular process, right? Learn and work, learn and work. And then during this circular process, you will find automatically you are growing, right? That's automatically, I will say, the byproduct of this process is your growth. It's a byproduct. So you will automatically find the growth in your project management career, right? So as of now, in previous chapters, we have learned basically how to become project manager, right? This we have learned depending upon your current professional status, your educational background. You need to basically decide what is the best place to start learning, getting experience from of project management, and then basically apply for the job and get a certification, and then become a project manager. So through that you can basically decide your strategy, or decide your you can say the blueprint, how you can become a PM. So carrying forward that the same chapter, we as a the project professional would like to know more that how we can develop a professional project management career, right? So when I say professional in a corporate world, there are several steps, there are several corporate ladder. You need to have a good understanding how in a typically project management career progression take place, or how it's basically grow from supporting role to the upper management role. So this is what this chapter is about, to have a clear understanding of your project management career development process, and you can decide through this chapter that how you can develop based on your own customized status, or depending upon your current status of your professionals. So to develop your project management career, there are basically three pillars which we have already discussed earlier uh, for developing any successful PM career. So there are basically three pillars, right? And we have already discussed, and probably you might be knowing that what I'm going to talk about. But to develop these or let's say have a wonderful, or let's say successful or career, or succeed in managing projects successfully, basically meeting all the stakeholder requirements, these are the three things which you should be focusing on, and I call them the three pillars. These are the, like, we have three constraints. In project management, we have learned this. In scope management, we have basically the cost, right? Quality, cost, time, and then scope, and then you have this quality here, right? So we have triple constraint, right? The triple constraint of PM. Similarly, to develop a PM career, these are the three pillars, right? I would say you need to basically make sure these pillars are strong if you want to build up your career in project management, right? So these are the three pillars of project management, and that's what we are going to learn in our next chapter. Okay, so to identify those three pillars, I'm sure you must have already guessed what it is, but just to have a clear understanding what I'm talking about, I would like to take you back to the definition of project management, right? This is what PMI definition is, and it says that application of knowledge, skills, tools and techniques to provide to the project activity to meet the project requirement. So when I say three pillars, right, so these three pillars are basically your knowledge, right, your skills and your tools and techniques. So if we talk about the first pillar, this one we have already discussed. We have 10 knowledge areas. Remember, we have discussed in part 1, right, and then partially in part 2 we have discussed this, right? Initially we started with stakeholders and integration. That was a 2 knowledge area, plus the remaining knowledge area is discussed in your part 1, right? So if we combine all those 10 knowledge area, so those are basically representing to pillar number 1. This is a pillar number 1, that is your knowledge, right? So in this pillar, basically you are supposed to know these 10 knowledge area in the terms of the processes, what we manage, how we manage, what are the inputs, what are the outputs, and various the step processes, what you are supposed to do in each knowledge area. Now the point is that you as a project manager, you don't need to be expert in each and every knowledge area, but you should be aware of what are the processes, what are the expectation at each step, basically in terms of output, and then how to collect those information and utilize it to implement on a project activity, right? This is what your minimum expectation as a PM from the knowledge area is, and there you should be strong. If you want to develop a good project management career, you should be knowing about the knowledge areas concepts and how it's actually work. You may not need to be expert in everything, but you should be knowing from a project perspective what are those knowledge areas are. So this is what is the first pillar of your successful project management, is that you should have the knowledge, all those 10 knowledge areas. Then coming back to the skills, right? Skills is your second pillar. This is your second pillar. Now this skills we have already discussed, right? We need some hard skills, soft skills. This is also related to the specific PM's roles and responsibility of PM, right? We have discussed, and then there are several hard and soft skills. Remember, the project management is all about integration of hard and soft skill. You cannot just simply rely on your hard skill and expect that a completion of project successfully. So you need to combine those various hard and soft skill to do your roles and responsibility, and this is what is mean by the second pillar. So you should be strong applying your skills and then performing your roles as a project manager. So that is your second pillar for successful project management, right? And then the third pillar is your tools and technique. Remember, this is the third pillar. Now in this tools and technique, you should be knowing all those necessary tools. There are a lot of tools in project management which is used depending upon various issues, kind of problem you're trying to solve. There are hundreds plus tools available which you can utilize in a on a project to solve the project problems. Now you as a project manager should be aware of all those tools and techniques, especially those which are frequently used. You should be knowing all those tools and techniques, and that is basically a third pillar. So you should be strong at having a knowledge, having a good knowledge of those tools and techniques, and know where you utilize which kind of tools and techniques to get the right result or get the maximum results or expectations. So these are the three pillars, and this is what actually if you focus on these three, I would say the three knowledge, not knowledge bases to confuse you, but this is basically the three areas: your knowledge, your skills, and tools and techniques. If you're strong in these three sections, that will definitely lead you a very strong foundation of project management career, and you will find out throughout your career that you are mixing these three things to solving various problems at various stages of the project. And that's why it is mentioned very clearly, and in fact every project management definition, these three terms always, you will find these three terms: knowledge, skills, tools and techniques. So knowledge we have already learned in section 1 and section 2. For the skill, let's deep dive what exactly mean by skills, what are the things which you're supposed to do, and how you can be good at it, right? And then for the knowledge, we will learn how actually gain the knowledge, right? So far we have learned that okay, there are several knowledge areas. Now the thing is that you as a starter, as a beginner, even as a professional who has good amount of experience, may not be having the right knowledge, or maybe having the full knowledge of the required areas which we're talking about. So how to gather those information, how to have a good understanding of those in the knowledge area, and then how to professionally prove them. That's another subject area, right? Having knowledge doesn't mean that everyone will accept you as a knowledgeable person, right? So you need to prove it, right? You need to have some sort of credential. So all those things we are going to learn, right? So that you can decide and develop where you are lacking, and then strong or strengthen your these three pillars, so that you will succeed later, or you will excel on your professional project management career. So this is what we are going to do. So stay tuned, and we will learn more about these things in next chapters. So we have learned various the 10 knowledge areas, right? There are 10 knowledge area. Now the point is that how to gain. I think that we already know how to gain, or we can go to the various sources, degrees, a lot of things are there, and then prove it that you have that knowledge. So these are the now the key problem for any start of project management career or any professional: how to let the people believe, or let the people know that you have the required knowledge, and how they are going to believe it, right? Well, the answer is very simple, and probably you must be knowing that if you have the proper or the suitable certification, courses or degree which basically tells you, okay, you have that credibility, you did some certification degree related to these areas, and which basically confirms that you have the minimum requirement or minimum knowledge base area of the particular field, right? And that's what's the main purpose of the certification courses, which we see in various which is provided by the various institutions, as well as in industrials trainings are available there. So though those the certification degrees and courses basically solve the problem of proving your knowledge in the project management area, right? So that's basically provides your credibility, right, of your knowledge base, and which helps you to prove that how better how credible information credible training or knowledge you have compared to the other candidate or other competitor. So at any point of time, if you feel that you have to prove, then certification degree courses are the best answer to prove your knowledge and tell the world that okay, you have the required knowledge of project management. So obviously then we would like to know, okay, because there are thousands of certifications are available related to the project management in the market. Now the point is that which one is best suitable to you, which certification you should be taking so that it will help in your career, right? That's very important. You cannot go and start taking all 1,000 certification. It's not possible and it doesn't make sense, because I mentioned earlier project management is a vast industry, so it has specific the areas, specific niches where you need to focus and identify which is suitable for you, and then accordingly start working on that professional development plan. So that's what we are going to learn in the next chapter. Let's deep dive how you can solidify your career and have prepare yourself for a strong project management career growth. So in this project management full course, now we are going to focus on the top certification and courses, right? As I mentioned previously, there are thousands of certification degrees are available. I'm not going to explain all those things. What I'm going to do here, pick the 5 certifications and the courses which will actually more directly help you, or they are very much popular based on my experience and what I see how the people are growing their career in the project management field. So coming back to the certification, remember certification and courses are 2 different things. And we can go into detail what are the differences between these the courses, but first talking about the certification. So certification, there are top 5. If we talk about the top 5 certifications, so one is CAPM. This is provided by the Project Management Institute. CAPM means Certified Associate in Project Management, and this is one of the good option for, especially for those person who are just starting freshly in the project management. So that's really helps them to understand the basics and to correlate these basics knowledge of PM with the experience which they are gaining or the projects they are currently working on. Then we have the CSM, there is basically Certified Scrum Master. This is very much famous, especially for IT industry, or I will say the software industry, because the methodology which they teach here is directly suitable for a software project environment. So that's why it's very much famous among IT practitioners. Then we have the Certified Six Sigma Black Belt. Again, this is another one type of project management certification, and especially this is targeted to manufacturing projects, right? Here you will see these are specially utilized, because the way the project management apply the tools and techniques, they are much more focused about how to solve a manufacturing project problem, right? How to solve a design problem, a new projects, new product design. So those kind of things are actually dealt to solve those problems. So this is focused on those kind of projects. So that's why it's very much famous for manufacturing projects, right? Or let's say a new project design. This one again, this is for IT or let's say software projects, and this one is, I will say, for any kind of beginners. This is suitable for those beginners. Now PMP is a professional standard. You can say it's a gold standard in project management, which is provided by the PMI, and this is the most famous certification you will hear everyone is talking about, and this is highly appreciated and highly acknowledged across the project management professional world. And then we have the Prince2 certification. This is another the certification which is you can say one of the competitor of PMP certification. And again, this is also very much famous in certain area of the world, where people, especially in Europe region, you will find the Prince2 certification are very much famous. So these are the top 5 project management certification based on the popularity and the various candidate which they apply for the certification. You will find any one of the these 5 certification you will be seeing they are having, right? So you can go into further detail to the internet and find in various other kind of certification. Now the thing is that which one you should choose, right? And that's what we are going to find out, what is most suitable for you and how to identify it. So explaining further the CAPM the certification. So as I mentioned earlier, it's basically Certified Associate of Project Management. And again, if I want to highlight the critical things quickly, so this is basically stepping stone of credential, which is basically means your beginner or entry level, which tells you the basics of the project management. And this is especially designed for those people who have no experience in a project or very little experience, or who are just starting their career in project management, right? And to get this certification, in terms of requirement, there is no requirement of continuing education. So when I say continuing education, actually there is a specific requirement for the PMP, which is basically called the Professional Development Unit, where you need to continuously do the education and earn this PDU to maintain your PMP credentials. So there is no such requirement for CAPM. It is simply entry level certification which you can get it just by giving an exam. And to recertify it, you need to basically do this certification at 5 years, whereas for PMP it's like every 3 years you need to renew your PDUs. So this is one of the basic level of project management certification, very helpful for the beginners to understand, and then they can easily correlate the practical world with the knowledge of the project management. So in terms of certification, how you can get this certification, so they are the critical areas. So first thing, what is the eligibility, what is the requirement to even appear for the exam or to get this certification? So either you should have a high school diploma, right, or some associate degree equivalent, plus you should have the 1500 man hours 1500 hours of experience in project management, right? Or suppose you don't have direct working experience on project management, then you should have at least 23 hours of project management education. And there are so many education provider on internet, you can easily find them. That's very easily available. They are certified through the PMI Institute, and you can take that course. Normally it's 26-hour course, which basically makes you eligible to appear for the exam, right? So there's only one exam, right, and it will consist 150 question, and you need to basically appear for the exam and score the minimum required question, and then to pass and to earn that certification. Cost wise, if we talk about these certifications are basically based on computer based, right? So paper based is also available, but mostly it is computer based, famous because it's very easy and convenient to take the exam depending upon your convenient time and location. And if we see in terms of the cost, so it is like $225 as of now, or in current, if I'm talking about in 2020. So in current year it is like $25, right, for PMI member. And basically there is another membership option for all the PMIs relate, or the PMI the people who can join the PMI membership, they can get a discount, and then of because the normal price is 300 non-members, and if we take the retake exam, it will be $150. Similarly, if they are non-member, then they need to, if they want to retake the exam, suppose they are not able to complete in first attempt, then they will have to pay 200. So yeah, it makes sense to get a membership, because you will get a lot of good materials available for you to prepare them, and not only for CAPM, but other the project management materials that would be really helpful. So if you take PMI membership, you will be paying $25 for a course or for exam. If you don't, then it's a 300. And remember, this is there will be some additional cost for taking memberships, right? I think I remember it's around somewhere $125, something like that, but that is one time. And once you get the membership, and then you can get a yearly membership, and then you will have access to a lot of other things, which really helps a lot. Now, as I mentioned, it is computer-based test, so it's available, and it's a proctored one. And of course, if you want to do paper-based, then that is also available, and you need to basically go to the various center where they provide that facility of giving exam paper-based. Right now, study material, I don't want to go into much detail. There's plenty of material available, but I will always recommend you to start with the credible source. So that is, credible source means the PMI. They have their own study materials. There are several outlines are there for exams. Their exam questions are there. Their various handbooks are available. You need to follow, at least know about all these the guides available, because they all form the basis of whatever training, or your so many service providers are there who are providing training, exam helps and preparation. They are all basis of these handbooks, right? So all the principles, all the everything is basically based on these standards, the process, the handbooks, which is provided by the PMI, right? So this should be your first source, or the first reading material for any, at least for the PMI or the PMP examination, right? You need to focus on this material, and then you can start reading other material which is provided by the various training providers. Then the next thing is your certified Scrum Master, right? That is again one of the top 5 certification which we have seen earlier. And again, it's work on agile methodology, which is basically the most suitable methods for IT on software projects, and that's why we have the Scrum word here, right? We will go into detail and understand what is this Scrum Master means, but this is the most suitable certification for IT and software projects, right? And this is basically a streamlined way, or streamline the processes to build a quality product and ensure that final the product meets the customer requirement. And IT projects have different very specific nature of project development, right? So they're not same as, let's say, the EPC or building projects, or let's say they're building a school building, or let's say they're building a power plant. Those project natures are different than building a software, or creating computer software, right? Or let's say the website. They are completely different in nature. They basically have the different nature, how the customer react, or the customer interact with the contractor or the service provider. They're two different nature, right? And that the Scrum or this agile methodology very much suitable for this kind of the IT project, and that's why we need this special certification that is called Certified Scrum Master, right? And that's why since it's suitable to the IT industry, you will find a lot of IT practitioners, they are having this certifications. So talking in this project manual full course as an action plan, suppose you decide to go this CSM certification, how you should, or what other thing you should be looking in it, and how you can get it. So again, to exam to get the certification, you need to have some kind of prerequisite or required courses you need to take before taking exam. And for CSM, again, you have to get familiar with the Scrum, and that there's a lot of plenty of trainings are available. Then you need to have a minimum completion of 2 days CSM training, and this is available depending upon various service provider from 920 to $1,300. You can find various certifications. Various institute have their authorized there's training providers, and you can take that training. So that basically become or makes you eligible to appear for CSM certification, right? Then again, when you go for examination, it's just one exam, and you need to basically for the passing, you need to have the 37 correct answer out of 50 questions. There will be 50 questions, and remember, it's a 60-minute 1 hour test, right? And then this is wherever you go for any training provider, this is basically authorized training provider. When I say authorized, means that authorized by PMI or some other institute who have basically legally, I will say, legally they are authorized by institute to provide such kind of training. They can basically give you the free online test and then have get that certification. So basically your major cost for the certification is coming from there, buying that the training, and then the taking exam is basically comes free with that the package itself. And the study material, well, there are a lot of study material available. There's a Scrum related with Scrum Foundation, and there are plenty of material, presentation, everything. You can go to the Project Minds YouTube also. You will find several study materials available, and you can learn and have a good understanding of this concept, and then you can apply for certification and get certified. And then another certification is the certified Six Sigma belt, right? Again, I mentioned earlier, this is mainly related to your quality aspects of product. So wherever you have any project involved or the product involved, which basically focused on how to achieve a good quality of product, and which basically requires Six Sigma tools to maintain or to make sure the quality of the product is maintained. These kind of certifications are really helpful because they directly use those kind of tools to ensure you have a good quality of the quality of the project is maintained. And that's why it is like American Society of Quality Standards, they come into picture, and they actually provide this kind of the certifications, right? So they are the main body of knowledge, right? And they basically deploy the Six Sigma tools and processes. These are basically quality focus. Okay, even if in our quality knowledge, you might have noticed that we have these tools. Was one of the techniques which we utilize to develop quality plan or various other things. So remember, this is quality focus, and mainly it is coming through American Society of Quality Standard, which is providing this certification. So question is that how to get this certification? Well, like other certifications, there is also requirement for these certification. You should have a prior experience or completed a project, and then you can, to prove that your project experience, you need to have submit some signed project affidavit, right? Or at least you have, if you don't work, if you haven't worked in 2 projects, then at least you should have experience of 1 project completion, and then you should have a 3 year of experience in, let's say, the working with Six Sigma body of knowledge like ASQ, right? So these are the requirement, and once you meet this requirement, you are eligible to apply and appear for exam. So exam, again, there's a 1 exam, and then it's a computer based, so it's like 165 question, 4.5 hours. Or they will be I mean, this option you can choose between the paper-based question, which is 150 question, and in 4 hours. So depending upon that, either you want to go for CBT or paper-based, this will be the format. Then coming to the cost, well, again, like in PMI we have the membership. In ASQ also there is a membership option available, and if you are the member of ASQ you will need to pay $438. If you're not member, then you will need to pay $538, and in case you have to retake, then you need to pay $338 for each exam or each appearance you are taking to clear this certification, right? Now coming to the study material, again the standard is your ASQ. So ASQ has plenty of material available, how to prepare the exam, what are the things, knowledge area, question bank, and all those stuffs you can find ASQ. And first you should follow, if you're trying to get the certification, you should first refer these material which is directly provided by ASQ, and then go for other remaining materials which is provided by the various service providers. So now coming to the next certification, that is PMP. Well, this is the most famous, I will say, or the most known certification in project management world, right? And this is basically issued by the PMI, which is your Project Management Institute USA. They provide this certification. It is globally known, and it basically confirms that you have the rigorous work experience and educational requirements. So both thing, experience plus the educational requirement, and to have the certification. So that's why very much famous. Now talking about what are the the requirements to get the certification, let's discuss those things, and see how you can get your PMP certification. So if you talk in terms of getting this requirement, how you get this the certification. So like we discussed, do we require any required courses? No, we don't require any any specific degree or something like that. It just you need to have some prerequisite man hours. So for prerequisite, you need to have basically the two there are two options, right? So either you have a 4-year degree, which is, and plus there's a 405 hours of leading directing the projects, and you have this the 35 hours of project management education, which is provided by your certified education providers, right? So either you meet this criteria, or there is another criteria that suppose you have secondary degree, or let's say you have the high school diploma, or not a graduate degree but some kind of diploma or some equivalent degree, then in that case you need to have this degree plus 700 7,500 hours, which is leading and directing as a projects, and then 35 hours of project management contact education, which is provided by your CP, certified education provider. So if you meet any of these criteria, either this one, either you have a degree, let's say 4-year degree, bachelor's degree, or you have secondary degree, and then you can have this number of man hours, then you are basically eligible for PMP, right? So once you meet this eligibility criteria, then your next step is you need to take exam, and currently it is like 200 question exam, and mostly it's a computer based exam, right? And it is 4 hours of duration, so it's a long duration with 200 questions you need to basically solve to get the certification. Now cost per exam we talk about. So for the PMI, again there's a membership and non-membership options are available. So if you are a PMI member, you will need to pay $405, and suppose if you need to retake the exam, you will need to pay $275 additional for retake exams, right? If you're not a member, you need to pay $555, and again for the retaking you need to pay $375. So it always makes sense to get the PMI membership, because you will get a lot of additional the access of project management material, study material, articles, a lot of things, a lot of access you will get once you have the project management member access, right? Now there is also availability of paper-based exam, but again it's not very much famous considering current scenarios and development of online exams. It's very much and convenience for the candidates to choose computer-based exam. But suppose in case if you want to take based on paper, again that is available, then that is available in testing center. We are designated test centers. You need to check in local area where you have that, and accordingly you need to appear that test center and appear and perform or do this performance the paper-based examination, right? And again this requires so much the administrative things, and get your eligibility, your ID, everything has to be checked there when you appear for this exam. So I will always prefer computer based. It's very convenient. You can appear anytime as per your convenient time and then complete this exam. And again, if you prefer to go for paper based, of course there's options available, you can go through that, right? So this was about the exam, the key things which you should be knowing. Now thing is that how you should prepare, and again this is plenty of material available for the PMI, and that should be your first preference to go through and study those material. There are a lot of handbooks, outlines, so many things are available for the PMP examination. You can go through all those detail and learn and do the self-study, and then you can take the additional courses which is required, then so that you can prepare well. There are a lot of simulators are there which can help you to simulate the exam, and you can retake various attempts and then find out what is your weak area, and then you can prepare well, and then finally you appear for your PMP examination and get certified as PMP, right? So here one thing I would like to to focus. I see internet you will find a lot of advertisement which I see from various people that PMP without failing, or some I will say I don't know, I'm not able to find the word, but some not honest way to get the certification, right? Some illegal way to get the certification without even studying or appearing. So please don't fall on those those kind of scheme, or those kind of the process, or those shortcut methods, because remember the PMP certification doesn't mean that you are a project manager or you will have the successful career in project management. So it's very important to go the basics and understand what exactly the project management is, instead of just focusing on getting a certification through some a shortcut or some illegal way, I would say, or let's say dishonest way, and then you're calling it PMP. Well, you can have the PMP certification, then in that case you will never become project manager. Remember, the project manager is not about certification. The project management is all about how you're performing on the projects. So even though you have a certification, and let's say and you were given some simple task, probably you will fail, right? And then forget about the managing a project. If you can't even perform some simple task, and you won't be able to manage a project. So I will repeat, don't take any shortcuts and those stupid method to get the PMP certification. Be true to yourself, go through the whole process and try your best and get an honest way to PMP certification, right? And that's going to help you to develop your career in long term. Project management is not some kind of sprint thing, it's a marathon, right? And you have to learn every day, you have to work every day to develop that career. So talking about those certifications, there are other certifications, right? And which is actually provided by the PMI. Why I'm talking PMI, because there are other institutes also, so let's be but PMI is very much famous in terms of project management. So I will just quickly tell you what are those certifications are, so that you can understand what are the various areas. Remember, so we have learned various knowledge area. Now to handle those knowledge area also, we have very specific the certification which targets to the specific requirements. So let's say your one is PGMP, right? And this is basically program management. Remember, we have learned in our very beginning of this project that there is a program, there is a the projects, there's a portfolio. So if you're working as a program manager, this will be the right certification for you. Basically, how to handle multiple projects instead of working on single projects or some group of projects, right? Then you have the portfolio management profession. This is separate for portfolio managers who looks after the various the big portfolio of the company. They can go through this instead of going through the PMP certification, right? Then we have the agile certification. Again, this is mainly for software and professionals, and this works on agile methodology, and this is what is mean by PMI ACP, means agile certified practitioner. Then another certification is your PMI PBA. PBA means basically professional in business analytics. Remember, business analytics is another separate area, and that's required a lot of specialized tools, techniques, process understanding, and that's what is. If you are in term, if you are currently having business analyst position, this will be the right certification instead of going to the PMP, right? Because this basically suits to your experience, to your current status of your professional journey, right? And then you have the risk management professional, very much in demand and very specialized certification, especially for the risk management professional who looks into the risk management. Remember, project management is combination of various knowledge area, and risk management is one of that knowledge area, right? And risk management is again a very specialized area where the professional are continuously focusing on how to manage a risk on a project, right? This is basically assessment, identification, mitigation, all those things you're going to learn. And if you are interested or if you're focused on the risk management, then this will be the most suitable certification for you. Then similarly, scheduling professional, they have separate certification, that is PMISP, which basically tells you that how good you are at scheduling a project, right? Project scheduling is a vast area. There are a lot of tools available, a lot of techniques available which you need to utilize to have a perfect schedule, and a lot of analysis you can do. So if you are interested in scheduling, or if you have a prior experience in scheduling, I would suggest you to go for scheduling cert, because basically this certification, this enhance your the experience, your knowledge and your skills, and it's highlight that, and it's basically complement it and helps you to prepare faster or to grow faster in your project management career path. So these are the additional credentials. Now, depending upon your area interest, you can decide which certificate you want to go for. And at the overall, in general, PMP is always the good choice in general, right? And if you want to have more specific certification, please choose depending upon your current status or your goal. Now, coming back to the top out of top 5 certification, Prince2, right? Again, this is mostly famous in I will say European region, and you will find in the region why it's famous here, because this is basically, this Prince2 certification was actually started by the UK government, right? And then it is now owned by Exlo's private company. So Prince2 means basically project in control environment, right? And this is basically similar to the PMI framework kind of things, where they have the process defined, and these framework can be further customized based on the project. So it basically talks about both the project management processes as well as project focus approach. And again, these kind of methodologies can be used in IT, because due to its customization nature. And then also I see it's being used for some of the civils projects I have seen, right? So it can be used for IT as well as some of the infrastructure projects, and depending upon if you are in European region, I would ask and if you want to work in that region, probably Prince2 is a better choice than PMP, because that is more acceptable in those areas, or in this professional world. So how to get this certification? Well, again, if you talk in terms of requisite, so there is no specific prerequisite to appear for this exam. And again, it is currently provided by the Exlos Private Limited, which is based on UK. right? And you need to have some training and some, the proper project management experience for the become a Prince 2 practitioner, right? And then there are several, the certification level of certification. So there's some foundation certification, which is like once you've taken this course, you have foundation of Prince 2, and it has no expiry date. Then for the practitioner, there is the validity involved. So suppose you've taken a Prince 2 practitioner exam, it will be valid for 3 years, and then you need to further, re-enroll and then get it recertified. So in terms of, if you want to get any of this exam and certification of Prince 2, you need to appear for exam. Cost is, it varies. You need to connect with the Xlos Private Limited, and they will quote you, the what is the cost for this certification, and depending upon that, get this certification, and then accordingly you can certify in Prince 2. And if you are in European region, probably Prince 2 is more preferable than the PMP. Again, that depends, because PMP is more and more getting acceptance globally. So you need to check, what is more famous or what is more preferred in your organization setup, so that will accordingly you can decide if Prince 2 is more suitable to you. So like Prince 2 is also having various kind of certification available, like PMI. So they have the Prince 2 2009, which is specially focused on project management, 2017, which is focused on project management with agile approach, right? Then we have the Prince 2 agile certification, which is directly, focusing on agile methodology. Then they have the agile shift, again mostly famous for IT and software industries. And then they have the MSP program, which is program management certification, MOR, which is basically risk management. P3O is project portfolio, and the program management, MOP, portfolio management. So you could see like PMI was having various the certification. Prince 2 do have those kind of certification, and like MOB, this for value management. ITIL, again, one of the famous, or I would say they're very much known in IT service management, which work on ITIL framework. And then for new, I see there's some certification added is Resilia. This is basically related to cyber resilience, because remember, the more we are moving in future, there is the data or digital interference is getting increased day by day, which means that you need to have the cyber approach, or the cyber knowledge, or its impact on the project, and how to manage all those aspects. So that's why you see very specific certification which Prince2 is providing related to your cyber resilience. So these are the type of certification which is again proposed by or provided by Prince 2. Then again, depending upon which is more suitable to you, you can decide which certification you can go with. So I often see people ask that what is the difference between Prince 2 and PMP, because when they decide to get this certification, they should be knowing exactly what is the difference between these two certification, and how to decide that. So I think this table is going to help you to find out which is the suitable, is Prince 2 or PMP. So if we talk about the Prince 2 in terms of origin, it's originated from UK. PMP, it was PMI USA, so it was originated in United States of America. Owner, if you talk about the current status, so currently it is owned by the Xlo US. I mentioned earlier, this was initially started by the UK government, and then they transfer the ownership to the Xlos, right? So it's known as Prince 2. PMP is, it's owned by the Project Management Institute USA, and they are administrator. And it's all managed by the PMI, and it was I remember, I think somewhere in 1969, I guess, the PMI Institute was founded. Then the purpose of the project, is basically Prince 2 answers overall what you should be doing, when, and who will be doing what in the project management. I mean, this is again very general, but this is focused on those aspects. And then PMP is directly actually looking up to various specific questions. So specific questions means how you will managing your scope, how you will managing your cost, how you will managing your quality, those triple constraints, and then all the related stakeholders and other knowledge area, how you will simply doing through the various processes. Remember, we have learned various processes. In fact, our part 1 was more or less based on the PMP or PMI framework, where we have seen various knowledge areas. We have discussed various processes, how you will be managing, what are the kind of things you will be looking in terms of input, and as output, what do you expect. So those were basically the PMP's framework or PMI framework which we were working on, right? That Prince2 is basically process-based methodology, right? Whereas PMP is basically knowledge-based methodology. So we have run the 10 knowledge areas, whereas Prince2 is morely focused on the process. So they first develop the processes and then try to fit in what are the things, when the things are required to do, who will be required to do. Whereas a PMI is again it works on standard and framework, which is based on the knowledge areas, and this is what the PMP base is, right? Now if we talk in terms of the framework, so again both are kind of framework. The Prince2 is kind of more prospective way, right, which basically see the overall process of type of the project, and then depending upon that this can be customized under that framework, right? So there's a defined framework, and under this framework you need to basically decide the navigate through the various activity of the project by applying those the framework boundaries or principles. Whereas PMP describe each knowledge area of the scope, cost, and quality. They have the set processes where you define them, how define for every project, how you be defining the scope, how you defining how you will be managing a schedule, cost, like this. And so it's basically describe see, it's a descriptive framework, whereas this is like prescriptive framework. So prescriptive means they have the boundary set up. In this boundary you need to basically navigate depending upon project to project, how you will be managing those projects. Whereas PMP, they have the set defined processes for each knowledge area, and for any projects, whatever projects you come, you simply follow these steps in a set knowledge area format, and you will be able to arrive your the specific results. So Prince2 basically integrates sets of themes and processes. Remember, it's a prescriptive, right? So it's prescriptive means so they don't have any fixed detail internally how we'll manage, but they know certain themes are available, certain outline processes are there, or framework is there under which you need to manage your projects. Whereas the PMP has specific 10 knowledge areas, right? And it simply means that you refer those knowledge area, master it. So whatever projects come, they have to go through the fixed this knowledge area aspects, manage those knowledge area, and you should be able to manage those projects. Then if you talk in terms of the roles, so the roles of the projects are very defined, very much in terms of the Prince2 what you should be doing as a project. There are certain specific rules you should be following, which is basically following the framework, and then accordingly you need to focus on those areas. Whereas in PMP, it's basically emphasized on roles of project managers. So project managers becomes the epicenter of all your project activity, right? Whereas in Prince2, the project become the epicenter of your all the activity, and the projects basically helps how to navigate from start to finish under these certain boundaries. Now popularity, again I mentioned earlier, it is mostly famous in UK or Australia or European region because it's originated from UK, so that's why it's obvious it's more famous. Whereas PMP is famous in USA, Canada, Asia, right? So basically, PMP is more globally recognized, I will say, compared to the Prince 2. And then depending upon, as I was saying, where you are actually located, you can, you need to focus on that and have a choice depending upon which is suitable to you, right? So when you talk about the certification, if you see, all these certifications, they follow some methodology, some kind of I can say the framework, and that's basically related to the type of projects we deal, right? So waterfall methodology is very basic, the methodology, which is nothing but you complete step by step the project in phases or the activity. We will learn in this techniques in detail later on in our the other section, but mostly this is followed by manufacturing construction industry. The EPC projects mostly follow this waterfall methodology, right? Or sometimes hybrid, but mostly this is utilized in big projects, where you have a lot of things, a lot of activities, high value projects. We have over a longer duration you're doing. You normally follow this waterfall methodology. Then you have the critical chain project management, where you basically do the lot of activity in parallel. Again, very much used in modern, if I say the modern construction project management, they are basically not they're kind of hybrid of waterfall and critical chain project management. Then agile project management mostly is for software projects, IT projects, and in fact the finance projects that use this kind of methodology. Kanban again is for the product development, or I will say the manufacturing projects are very much they're very much famous among those kind of projects. Scrum again for software and IT projects. Lean project management for manufacturing and service industry projects, very much famous. Six Sigma again, it's for manufacturing or even product development projects. If you're dealing with, then that's Six Sigma. It's really helpful for you. Prince 2 again, it's IT software as well as civil construction projects. I see. You can utilize Prince2 methodology. So idea is that you need to correlate your interest, your current experience, and then choose this methodology, and then find out which institute is providing which kind of certification, or you can go to the various institute to identify that that certification and have a clear understanding what is most suitable certification for you, and then accordingly work on that. So when we talk about the professional development, so of course job becomes one of the key driver to take those kind of decisions. And just to give you an idea, this data is taken in 2022, so somewhere in middle of 2022, and if you see overall how many openings which are related to the various certification, I'm just taking this the 5 certification we have discussed. So if you see the total number of opening which asking for this kind of the PMP certification is 69,000 opening, right? Then comes the second one is your CSM, that is your 20,000. So PMP is most demand or most recognized or most in demand certification, and that's why if you see it's more popular. Then the next comes to CSM, Scrum Alliance, which is mainly driven by your IT and software industry. So if you see most of the IT and software industry, they ask for this kind of certification. And then you have this ASQ certification. This is basically for green belt, and the black belt certification which is coming through. So this is nothing but reflecting to your manufacturing or product development type of projects. And then you have this the IT or software industry projects, which is driven by this. So if this is first PMP, second one is your CSM, right? Third one you can say this ASQ, I will say club it together. This is the third one, and then of course this is for beginners. So if you are a beginner, then definitely you can go for this one. So decide, PMP, to me going with PMP is kind of meets the general requirement, and then if you want to be more specific, you can go to further. We have discussed various certification, PMI and your specific interest, you can go and have those certification additional to that, right? So this, I hope this data will help you to understand, prioritize, or get more focused, choosing the right certification for you. And in any case, if you have still doubt, please leave a comment below, and I will reach you to have a more and to solve a query or help you out, right? And remember, since it's a program full course, so please feel free to just skip the various section which which you may be already knowing, or which you don't want to, or not helpful to you for the timing. So please feel free to skip to the various suitable or section for which you may be interested on. Okay, so far we have solved the first problem of our the three pillars, right? So when I talk the three pillars, so one was basically your knowledge, right? Then another one was the skills, and then third is basically tools and techniques, right? So far we have discussed all about knowledge, right? How to gain the knowledge, how to study about it, how to certify that, from where the institute, where the certification which is suitable to you. All we have discussed so far is basically focused on the knowledge part, right? That's the knowledge thing. Now the second thing is most important is skills, right? Because programming is not only just knowledge, but it's a combination of skill, knowledge, and tools and techniques. So now question comes that how do you gain those skills, right? And what are those skills? So if you talk in terms of skills, so there are basically two categories. One is your hard skill, another one is soft skills. Hard skill is directly related to how to the skill related to your knowledge areas, right? Whereas soft skills are more related to your management, or how you manage people. This is related to these areas. So this is what I mean by soft skill, whereas hard skill is very specific to your time management, scope management, or various technical things. So let's understand in detail what you mean by hard skill and soft skill, and how you can get those acquire those skills, so that you can excel in your programming career. So in this course, we have already covered earlier in this programming for course that various knowledge areas. Now we are going to discuss the skill part, and again this is also equally important as your knowledge area, so don't underestimate, since we have not talked much about the skills in previous sections, so it may not be that much importance. Trust me, all those three pillars are equally important: your tools and techniques, your skills, and your knowledge area. And you need to have the good understanding of all three things to have a successful programming career. So coming back to the second pillar, right, that is your nothing but skills. And in the skills, again we have learned there's two types. One is a hard skill, the one is a soft skill. So let's first understand what is hard skill is. So hard skills are basically learn ability to acquire and enhance through the practice, repetition, and education, right? So this is directly the knowledge, the books you get from the knowledge you get it from books by reading the various processes, various handbooks is available. Those are basically referring to your hard skill, right? Those are all technical skills, and these skills are important because they help you to increase the productivity and efficiency. That is very important, right? So programming is all about your productivity, right, plus efficiency. How productive or how efficient you are, that's all about your PM. And that's what your hard skill helps you to be more efficient or be more productive, right? It's not like soft skill, right, where you need to handle people. Soft skills are actually difficult to hone or to get expertise on soft skill. You can simply prove this by having certificate, degree, or work experience. They can easily prove your hard skill can be easily proven by showing the degree and all those things which we have discussed earlier. But soft skill, it's very difficult to prove, because this is more driven by your experience, of handling the people, how you learn, the soft aspects, or I will say the emotional intelligence of managing people, or let's say for a project manager, it's like managing a project. And that's what we will learn how to acquire those soft skills. But from hard skill point of view, I think it should be clear what do you mean by hard skill and how to prove that hard skill, right? So what are those hard skills? Well, again, they could be numerous, but from project management point of view, I'll want to focus on these five. First one is the planning skill. Second one is a budgeting skill, very important, which basically focus on your time management. This focus on your you know you can say the cost management. And this planning is basically time and scope. Why I'm saying that, because when you plan for activity in particular time frame, right? So it's basically related to this skill. Budgeting is mainly related to the cost part. You need to ensure that the cost of the project is minimum, so they maximize the profit and meet the company target. Another one is risk management skill, very important, right? Because project is all about handling with risk from start of the project to the finish of the project, right? You need to make sure all the risks which come along the journey, along that process, you handle them, right? So that's what it means by risk management skill. Then project analytics skills. Remember, from the start till the end, the project is continuously providing various information, various data coming from various function, various resources. You need to analyze, or you should have the capability to analyze all those data and then make decision out of it, right? And then the fifth one is domain expertise. That's again very important, right? So as I mentioned earlier, you can be the project manager of any domain, but you cannot be project manager of every domain. So you need to choose the domain first, right? And that will depend upon what kind of education you have, what kind of experience you have. Depending on that, you need to choose the domain and then be expert in that domain, right? And that will really help you to handle the projects of that domain specific or industry specific, and that will basically help you to grow your career, right? If you try to focus on different kind of domains at once, it will be very difficult. It's almost impossible to have a successful project management career, right? So these are the the five key skill which is almost common, or I will say the common hard skill for any project management success, right? So if you focus on this five skill, you are through, or you are you're set for a wonderful project management career. So coming to the soft skills, right? So we have discussed already the hard skill. Now what exactly the soft skill is? So soft skill is more like a personal attribute which basically supports situational awareness and individual ability to get the work done. So when I say individual ability or the situational awareness, is basically related to how you're dealing with your surrounding environment, right? How you're handling surrounding environment, which includes the people, which include the various tools and processes. How you manage all those things is actually the soft skill is. And also it's very difficult to have a very clear definition of soft skill itself, right? So it's basically related to your people skill or emotional intelligence, right? But at the meantime this has to be interconnected with all the processes, tools, everything. So it has a very vast definition of soft skill. And more next thing is that it's very difficult to teach. There's no such handbook available, or there's no guideline available which you simply read it and become expert on this. This is completely behaviorable and it's related to your personality, right? And it cannot be proven by producing certificate degree. So there is no such certificate degree which tells you have a very good soft skills, right? No, it's very difficult. There is no such degree, and it comes only through the practice and continuous learning, right? The soft skills will only come through learning and practicing, learning and practicing. There's no other way. There's no other certification. There's no other textbook available which will simply make you good at soft skills, right? So having understood that, at least have some general idea what exactly the soft skill is. Now the point is that what are the soft skills which I am talking about, right? So there are, again, like hard skill, we have top 5 hard skill which I see very common, very much required for a project management career. There are certain soft skill which must be there, in a project manager to grow or to manage a project successfully. So what are those soft skills? Let's understand, or let's learn those soft skills in next slide. So when I say the soft skill, the very first soft skill is your presentation skill. How you present the data. Remember, the project is continuously bombarded with various kind of information, visual, in form of data. There are several kind of information, and presenting that information is one of the art, I will say, right? How well you present those data is the first soft skill which you should be having. Second one is communication. Remember, we do have the knowledge area of communication where the processes and everything is defined, but still, even having that knowledge area, it doesn't knowledge of how the communication process work, it doesn't mean that you will be able to successfully communicate this. For those, you need to have a good communication skill, a good attitude for communication. All those aspects are actually soft aspects, and you should be good at it, right? And that is basically related to your emotional intelligence, right? So, and why I'm saying emotional intelligence, because communication is not only providing the information, but communication is providing right information, right information at right time to right people, right? So if you see, it's involved all three aspects: the technical, the detail itself, then again this depend upon the timing, and the people is basically the soft part of it. And that's why it is mentioned as one of the second soft skill which you should be having. And again, this comes through while working, learning through duration in a project. It's not something textbook thing which you simply read and acquire these skills, right? Third thing is leadership skill. Remember, the project management is basically leading a project, leading the team of people, or leading several areas at one time, and then it simply means that you should have that leader skill so that you can lead a project or lead a team to drive the efficiency and productivity. Then the fourth one is the decision making. Of course, this is one of the obvious soft skill which is required, but trust me, decision making is not a very common or not a simple thing which you will find in people. I find many people, this is they are very find it very difficult to make decision, and it's not an easy skill, or it's not very common skill which you will find. So in case if you're managing project, you should have the ability, or you should have the skill of making decisions, right? Making decisions based on various information, data, analyzing it, and then arriving at some decision. Most of the time, or many times, I find the people find it easy to maintain the status quo or remain in the same situation without making any decision, which is not a good quality of a project manager, right? Then the conflict resolution, another skill, very much people oriented the skill. So when we talk about the project is basically a combination of people, process, and tool, right? So there's always involvement of people. People interact with tool, people interact with processes, people interact among each other, right? Which means once this interaction happens, there's a possibility of conflict any point of time, right? There's possibility of conflict. So as a project manager, you should have the ability, or you should have the skill to identify those conflict and resolve it, right, before they escalate, or before they start hampering the project in a negative way. Okay, and that's why it's very important to have this soft skill. So these are the top 5 soft skills we have from a project management point of view. And please, going through the list, please identify which is the you can say the strong part, which is where you need to work on it. Everyone has some specific soft skills which they are strong at or which they are good at, and you can start working on this by identifying where you need to work depending upon your project situation or current learning curve. Okay, so this is all about the soft skills. Now let's move on to the next slide. So far we have learned about the knowledge, the skills, right? Because PM is basically application of 3 pillars, right? We have discussed. So we have already learned about the knowledge part. We have learned about the skills part, what are those skills there, and then you can identify those skills and focus on improvement. Now the remaining portion is your tools and techniques, and that's we will be discussing later in the next sections. So before moving to tools and technique, right, there are some various other critical questions which is related to your project management career, and which I find people face this problem, and I wanted to discuss those the points before moving to the tools and techniques, right? Because tools and techniques become kind of technical subjects, but before moving on to that, there are some very key aspects of a project management career which you should be knowing, or we should know at least what are those problems and how to solve this. So very first problem is your project experience, right? Any job whichever you find on internet which requires this or which asks for this experience, but the problem is that you, especially for starters, they don't have the experience. They in fact look for a job to get this experience. Now to get the job, they have to get the experience. So it's kind of chicken and egg problem, right? So who comes first? Same kind of problem. So either it's come chicken or egg, I don't know. But this is the same kind of problem. So to have the experience, you need to have a job. To have a job, you need to have experience. Now how to break this vicious cycle, how to solve this cycle in project management world, or suppose you want to develop a career in project management, then how to resolve this. And at any point of time, everyone face this issue, right? Either you're starting a problem, starting a change your career from one field to another field, or you are just starting your career, you're fresh graduate from the college. You always at some point of time in your life or in your professional life, you are going to face this problem. So to get a job, you need to have experience, and to have experience, you need to have a job. The point is that how to get one, right? And that's what we're going to learn. So first thing, remember in your mind, for a project management career, right, for a project management career, experience is a king. Experience is a must. You cannot become a project manager without having experience, right? I have not seen any cases where the project manager has no experience and they simply become a project manager. They must be having some sort of experience, some sort of related industries knowledge, or the expertise, which basically helping them to become a project manager, right? And in case if you find someone, please let me know in the comment section, and maybe I would be happy to know about such such example. But in general, project experience is a king to have a successful PM career, right? So how to get this experience, let's understand that part. So here I'm going to discuss the 7-step strategy. I think depending upon we will discuss on those 7 steps, which will help you to basically get the required experience, or kick off your project management career and solve that the chicken egg problem of your project management experience. right? So step one, first you need to find out what is the domain interest or your industry which is suitable to you, right? Because you cannot focus on all kind of domain at the same time. You need to be very specific which domain or which industry you want to work, which will basically decide the type of projects you should be working on it, right? So even though if whatever concept we have learned earlier, they are common and they can be applied to all kind of industry, but after having those, the industry specific knowledge, they have the each industry have their own standard and practices. So you need to have the general knowledge of project management plus the specific industry specific knowledges or specific industry expertise for managing the projects. So it has to be combined together, your general knowledge, right, the common concepts plus industry specific standards and practices. So you need to combine these concepts plus industry specific things, right, industry specific your domain knowledge, and then you need to identify which is the most suitable domain or which is most interesting industry where you want to develop your project management career, right? Don't think that you will be developing your career as a project manager or you can develop in any kind of field. That's not actually possible, right? And this is very much critical for you to become a project manager or develop your project management career. So, and why it is important, right? Why do you focus on domain? Because it's very helpful to identify the solution, to implement the solution, to identify the problems. It really helps a lot if you have the domain specific industry, and this helps a lot to apply those tools and the project management concept if you know already about the domain or industry, right? That's really helps you a lot, because every domain or every industry has some specific way of doing businesses, which basically defines their specific customized practices or processes, and you need to be focused on those specific things, right? Now, what is your domain, right? How to identify your domain? So your domain could be your related to educational background. So let's say I had degree of engineering degree, and then in engineering also I have a degree in, let's say, the construction project. So now the construction project becomes the domain for me, right? And I start getting knowledge about this construction projects, how the construction industry work, and then I get expertise and I know the industry's process, how they operate, and I can easily handle the construction projects and be specialized on this EPC, the project industry. Similarly, suppose you have you might be having a degree in software engineering, right? Or maybe you are a software engineer, so you have the knowledge or domain of software industry, right? So you must be good at the software engineering, so you have already exposure of the software industry, you know very well how software industry work. So for you being a software engineer, it's make more sense to choose domain as IT industry or software industry rather than going into a construction industry, right? So even though the concept will remain same for both, but the domain specific things or domain specific processes will completely change how the projects are managed in a software industry or how the projects are managed in your construction industry, right? So that's why step number one, always choose your domain. What is your right domain for you, where you have the interest, which in kind of projects you want to work, and that will basically help you to find what is your right domain for you. So once you find the domain, let's move to the next step. Okay, so once you identify your domain, the next step is that what is your current situation, right? So let's say you want to become a software project manager. Now you could be at high school student, you could be a graduate student, and you could be a fresher who's seeking job, or maybe you are already working in software industry, right? So this basically means that what is your current status of your professional journey? You need to identify that. Are you a student? Are you a working professional? Are you fresher who's seeking job? What is your current status of professional journey. That's very important to understand, because on basis of this and your interest, you will decide your third step, right? So please be sure that what is your current status. So once you know what is your current status and what is your interest, then you can initiate your learning curve, right? Remember, all project management career start from learning curve, right? You cannot skip this process. You cannot skip the learning curve and directly become a project manager, or let's say the project director or handling the project management team. You have to start with this learning curve, and the point is that from where you start, that will depend upon what is your current situation. Or are you a student, are you working professional, are you just fresh graduate, plus what is your domain interest, right? So if you know these two things, you will know from where you start learning about the project management stuff, and then from there you can start gaining experience, because learning is not only learning through books. Learning is also by working on projects, by getting an experience on project. So depending upon your current domain interest, current professional status, you need to decide your learning curve, right? And if you want to further detail understand how you can do that, then please refer to the previous section. I have discussed in detail how to initiate your learning curve. But the point is that you need to find out your domain interest, you need to find your current status, and then based on that you will find out from where you can start, how you can start your project management journey, right? And so this is basically finding out your starting point of a learning curve. And as you start working on this learning curve, definitely you will get a good experience, knowledge, skills, which will further solidify your growth or project management career. So once you identified your learning point, right, what is your starting point for learning curve, next thing is to identify what is your course or degree or place where you start learning all these things. So basically, when you say learning, it may be requirement of some certification, some degree through which you can learn and prove your knowledge. So you need to basically decide and choose what is the right certification. And again, I have discussed in detail previous section that how to choose the right the certification or degree courses. That will again depend upon your industry, your qualification, your time availability, what is your current profession, what is your aspiration, how you are seeing your growth, or where do you want to move your career. This all depends upon that. And one of the common thing, I see that one of the best tool to find those suitable thing is go and refer to the JD, right, the job description of your particular domain specific industry, and see what kind of degree or certification they ask for, and please just choose those certification, and that will basically increase the probability of your success if you are choosing the similar kind of degree or certification which is required by all the job opening or the description which you see in your industry. Well, once your starting point, your domain interest, where you have to start and what kind of course, then the very next step is to work it out. Because so far whatever we have decided, we identify a requirement, we know what we want to do. Now the thing is that until unless you bring all those planning into action, it's useless, right? There's no word just planning. Planning has to be converted into action so that it's start giving results. So once you find out what is the right course, right, then you need to definitely spend the time and effort. Very important, right? Remember, it will take some time and a lot of efforts to work on those learning curves, to get those degree, to get understand, to get a new experience and knowledge. You need to work on this, and trust me, it's not just few weeks. It may take from months to years to have the right knowledge or right experience or right amount of professional experience to come at the level of PM or the desired success level, right? So once you have the certification firmly recognized, it basically helps you to understand that, or to prove that you have the knowledge. But then again, you have to make sure you're continuously working on that part so that you have the required the knowledge or the certification. Don't just simply plan and just hope something will happen, right? You need to basically work on your planning or execute your planning to get the results. So once you get your certification or the degree, now the thing is that you need to start working like a project manager. So what I mean, say that don't wait for a project management degree or the project management designation to act like a project manager, right? When you start working on a project, you may be assigned to some small portion. It may not be as a project manager, it may be as a supporting role, some kind of activity, and you need to own that activity, right? Because project is nothing but combination of various activity. And even though you're not a project manager of overall project, but you should act as a project manager of your activity which is assigned to you, right? And you sometimes you may need to do it on voluntary basis. Then please don't shy away doing those activity, right? This will help you to learn a lot of things immensely, which you will be really amazed by the experience you will get through working instead of just having a bookish knowledge, right? And there's a lot of project management solution in industry, because it varies from industry to industry, and that's why working right on the activity is the most, or I will say the best way to best way to learn, right? There's no other book, no the handbook or manual which is available in the world which is better than actually project experience or working on projects, right? So make sure whenever you get the opportunity, start working on the activity. Don't bother about it how small it is or how small the role is, as long as this is related to a project and it's basically impacting the project. You should be owning those activity and work like a project manager for the particular activity, right? Don't miss that opportunity, because even though it may be small role, but trust me, from the learning point of view, it will help you a lot. So please act like a project manager even though you are not the official project manager. So whatever activities are assigned to you, you are the project manager of that particular activity, and make sure you are applying all your tools, knowledges, skills, whatever you have learned to perform that activity. And remember, if you're able to perform that single activity well, in the longer run you will be able to perform the overall project also, right? So never miss that opportunity of learning or working well on a project activity, which will immensely help you to get a good project experience in your industry. And that is all your step 6. Very much important, right? Don't skip this. Most of the time I see the people, they say they are not, their position is not a project manager, so they don't bother, or they think that it is something different or they will consider themselves as a project manager only when they get the designation role as a project manager. But in project management, every team member is a project manager for their own scope of work. And please own your own activity and start working. Then the step 7 is the continuous learning, right? So you need to continuously learn and grow. That's very important, right? Remember, project manager is not a final destination. Project manager is just one of the steps which you reach after having good knowledge of working experience, working with various industry, contributing, and then providing value for the company. But the thing is that that is not the final destination, right? You should be continuously learning new things, because remember, project management is a dynamic field. It's a continuously changing, which require a lot of factors, a lot of new challenges comes in terms of learning new skills, in terms of new type of projects, which is basically always challenging your knowledge which you have gained previously, your skills which you have gained previously, which is tools and techniques which you learned earlier, that may require upgradation, or that may become absolute if you don't learn, right? There is no stagnant point in the project management industry. You have to be continuously on roll to learn, and then applying those tools and techniques, right? And this is what you should, or you will need to reach the higher positions like project leader, right? uh, to project leadership role, you need to continuously work on this, the learning curves, the learning path, so that you don't stuck at position of project manager, but you develop your career to the higher positions or higher leadership roles. So while discussing the leadership role, right, many times I find that people are not sure about how a corporate ladder looks like for a project management career, right? Because when we say project management, so the major thing which comes as a project manager, right? And it seems like that project management is all about project manager roles, but it's not true, right? There is a defined corporate ladder, or very common the corporate stairs, which you can find in any good organization, where you have the various roles from supporting to management to mid management to the top management and senior management roles are there. So let's understand what exactly I meant by a corporate ladder for a project management career. How does it look like? How it starts from very beginning and up to which level it goes, right? So let's understand that. And of course, climbing a ladder is one of the goal, or one of the wish, at least I hope, or I target, I see in this way. And I find most people are aspire to climb that ladder. And of course, the motivation to go higher, or climb that ladder in upward direction, is basically to having more job satisfaction. Of course, salaries, perk, benefits are the other things. But the thing is that more you learn, the more you gain about the project management, the more you seek for satisfaction to apply those skill, knowledge, tools, and create value, right? And through this process, you basically try to climb the upward growth ladder, or project management career ladder. So how does it look like in terms, if you talk in terms of the ladder? So the corporate development career, let's understand that one. So if you talk specifically about the the career progression, or the leadership, or the ladder, which role. So basically it start with from base, or let's say this is the starting point, which I call is as mainly the supporting roles, right? So these roles: project controller, engineers, planners, schedulers, document controller, admin. So when you start a project, right, you may be working in one of the support for project management role, right? And then you move to the mid-management role, right? The mid-management role is basically a project manager, project control manager, procurement manager, engineering manager, and planning manager. So all those kind of roles are basically your senior or mid-management role, which you see next level of your career progression, right? So this is, I would say, this is your starting or entry level, or even it's a little bit higher than entry level. So maybe you will be just working as a project coordinator, or when you start from very basics, very that's also one of the supporting role. So you start working on the project, learning experience, and then you keep a jump from one supporting role to middle management role, and then you try to jump for the seniors, right? So in the middle management, of course, you will see these kinds of roles like project manager, control managers, procurement manager, engineering managers. These are the basically middle management role. Now once you reach this level, right, the next step is to not just stay there, right? You need to progress your career in senior roles. So of course there is a project vice president role, there is a project manager's office is there, portfolio managers, PDs. These are all again the PM roles, at very high level. These are the senior roles, right? So there's a vice president for project management, there's a project management office dedicated, which basically looks over all the project management in a company. There's portfolio managers, project directors, and then we have the CPO, the chief project officers, who looks after all the projects, how the projects are getting operated in a company. So there is a well-defined, what I mean to say, that well-defined career progression path. We call it the corporate ladder for your project management career. So if starting wherever you start, right, or even you start with very basic, so please remember there is a lot to go in upside in higher management level while working in your project management field. So hope this will help you to decide to start working, or to decide where you want to bring your career or take your career to which level, and then depending upon that you can decide how you can learn or progress your career. So there's one more critical question which comes from various people when I discuss with them about the project management. So I get this query, especially regarding the MBA versus PMP. So people often ask me that which one is better, is it MBA or PMP? So let's try to answer that question, and let us compare what are the pros and cons of PMP and MBA, and decide which is and you can decide for yourself which is the better choice. So in terms of eligibility requirement, so for PMP, as we discussed earlier, it's you may require 4-year degree or some experience in 36-month leading project and 35 hours of project management training certification, right, or a CAP certification. Or you maybe need a higher degree, a high school diploma, an associate degree with 60 months of leading projects and 35 hours of contact program management course, right? So either of you, if you have meeting this one of this criteria, you are eligible to go for a PMP certification. For MBA, again, it's a bit complex because we have graduate first with various discipline, depending upon you can have in various discipline. The thing is that you have to have the graduation degree. Then you need to do the MBA. Normally it is you need to pass an entrance test, or maybe some like CAT, or if you go for higher studies or outside, depending upon that there are certain criteria for entrance. The various university or various institution to earn or to get enrolled for MBA degree, right? And then there's some other requirement, not only yours that or is this exam. After that exam, probably there will be a lot of interviews, on sessions, group discussion, all those things you need to go through just for register yourself, right, as an MBA program. Whereas for PMP, to register you need to have either one of these criteria, and you can simply register for PMP certification examination. Then of course, once you are eligible for a PMP, you can simply prepare for exam, and then appear for the certification. So maximum, if we talk within 6 months you can complete everything, register, then prepare, and then appear for a PMP exam and complete the PMP certification. So I think 6 months is sufficient, more than sufficient, to have a PMP certification, whereas MBA is minimum 2 years, right? It's a 2 years program, global standard. And if we talk in terms of cost, so for PMP it may cost you somewhere around $555 to less than max $600, right, including other material and all those things we consider. Whereas the tuition fee for MBA only is like 150 to 500K, and plus there will be other the costs associated just to acquire MBA degree. Okay, so you can see the cost 600 would be, I think, sufficient to have a PMP, complete PMP certification, whereas MBA is like 500K, plus there could be depending upon the university where you want to go for MBA, there could be a lot of other costs. Now once you spend those costs and try to get the salary, the equivalent salary in the job market, so normally I'm talking the average figures, There's no it could vary, but normally you can find the range of salary 75K if you're just freshly starting, or if you are have very experienced guy and having PMP degree, then it can be more than this, but I'm just taking an average number, so around 250K it can range between this. Then again, it will depend upon domain, industry, experience, having a PMP certification degree. Whereas when you have an MBA degree, then your range is, maybe if you're very fresher, you're just MBA degree, it could be as low as 35K, and then it can again go up to the 250K depending upon the premium institute or the well-recognized institutes degree if you're having. That may help you to get higher pay, and of course there are exceptions also, right? So there you can get very high salary having MBA degree, but again, I'm excluding those exceptions, right? That's not a normal or the average population. So if you talk normal range, it will be lying somewhere between this. Okay, so in my personal opinion, right, I'm not trying to impose my opinion, but it seems, or it makes more sense for me to have a PMP degree and grow my career and have a more, if you do the cost benefit analysis, you basically get better return of investment based be it in terms of time, cost, effort through PMP rather than MBA, right? So I still prefer to have an MBA if I'm interested in project management, right? I'm not saying that see, I'm just talking this MBA means because we have the MBA program in project management. Okay, so if someone give me a choice to go for an MBA in project management or go for a PMP, I will choose PMP instead of doing a MBA in project management, right? I mean, that's not to me it's much it make me much more sensible to choose PMP rather than go for MBA degree. So before finishing this section, I think we have already learned in very detail about the career, the professional career development portion in a project management field. If you seek my honest advice, and the benefits in terms of the benefit of project management career, so this is what I feel based on my experience of in project management field. These are the top 5 benefits and why I have chosen this project management career, and what I realized why others will be, or others should be they should consider as a career choice in project management, right? First thing, continuous career progression. I mean, we have discussed the corporate ladder, right? So there's a lot of scope, and continuously you can rise to the ladders, and then step by step you can go in upward direction with various position. So that is the first thing which really fascinates me about the project management career. Then opportunity to work on different type of project, that's very interesting to me, because I always like to try different things to work, and after working maybe a couple of years, you may feel like stagnant, and it may seem to the repetitive kind of job. But in project management, the projects are continuously changing, right? So you can have a different kind of project, even though you're working in same industry, you can have different kinds of projects, right? And that's actually helps you to work, or provides the opportunity to work on different kind of projects, and that's the second thing which I like a lot. Then third is higher salary. Yes, we get high salary and perks compared to the other roles, and of course when your experience increase, when you have acquire more skill, knowledge, expertise, that's further increases, and basically helps to provide you the more satisfaction in terms of financial gain, right? Then the third thing is being connected with the client, top management and team, because remember, project management is basically interacting with various stakeholders, so it's kind of help you to build your network by default, right? Yeah, and you don't need to put extra additional effort to have your network. Working on a project is basically helps you to develop one set of network, and that's really helps a lot in terms of career progression or development of the career, because that's kind of creates a bonding when you work in a team in any projects. That's really helps you to have a more practical form of connection with lot of people, while interaction with a purpose, right? Because you're working on a project activity, there's a goal or there's a purpose associated with each activity, and which basically creates better bonding, better connecting opportunity with people, rather than simply being on the drive of have a increasing or expanding your kind of network. So I think that's much more sensible, much more strong bonding, or much more strong connection opportunity or networking opportunities provides by working on a project, right? Then the fifth one is goal-oriented action, right? Trust me, when you work in a project, you will always associate there is some goal associated, not only overall goal for a project, but each activity when you do, there is some goal associated in terms of completing it on time, in terms of some the associated financial gain, some cost gain, all those things. Every activity is related to some particular achievable goal, some particular deliverable are supposed to come as an outcome. And that's really helps a lot, right? Because that's not only helps you in a professional world, but also in your personal life, when you try to be more productive, more efficient. Working on a goal-oriented action where particular things are defined, particular objectives are defined, that helps you to be more efficient in professional world as well as personal life. So that's the another thing which I really like, and I think it's a benefit, one of the benefit for working in a project management career. So to me, being a very honest as well, trust me, these are the 5 things which I really love about the project management career, and that's what I would like to recommend others to explore the opportunity in a project management. And trust me, you will be not disappointed by choosing this career as a project management. Of course, there is pros and cons for every career, right? So it's not easy. What I'm saying, managing a project is not easy. It's require a lot of effort, and of course it's a tough one managing a project in professional environment. But of course there's a benefit also associated with that, and that benefits definitely outweighs the cons, the other aspects of the project management career. So I would recommend to go for this career and try to develop and reach to the various heights of success as much as possible. So after learning the various aspects of project management career, how to develop it, where you can grow, now there's one more thing which is left, we haven't talked yet in detail, right? And that is basically your tools and techniques. Remember, so we have learned about the knowledge section, right? The knowledge areas. Then we have learned about the skills, and then how it is related to your the project management career progression, how you can develop your career, how these all things are related to your project management career, and how you can get the benefit of it, right? So we have discussed all those things in detail in previous section. But remember, project management is a journey, right? It's not just one destination, but it's a continuous journey, right? And for any journey to be successful, you need to have tools with yourself, right? Because during this journey you will face a lot of problems, a lot of challenges. Now to solve those challenges, you need to have some tools and techniques ready or known to you, which you can utilize to solve those problems. And this is what is mean, what is meant by the third pillar of the successful project management career is your tools and techniques, and this is what we are going to learn in our next and final section. So in this section, we are going to learn about tools and techniques. And remember, tools and techniques are the third pillar of your successful project management career. So let's understand how many types of tools which we use in project management, and what are some top techniques which are common among various kind of industries. So, well, the basic or the very first benefit of utilizing tools and techniques is a less stressful and high productivity, right? So basically, tools and the techniques, they really help you. They help you to do the task with less stress, right? Means once things and procedures are set up, when you have the tools in your hand, you don't need too much worried about the various variability or various other things which can go wrong, right? So you will be less worried about the unnecessary stuff. Plus, this will really improve your efficiency, right? The tools and techniques will help you to improve your efficiency and the stress, because remember, project management is really a stressful job. So this really helps to reduce the unnecessary stress, and which in terms helps to improve the productivity of the team, right? And second benefit is they are adaptable. Remember, we do different kind of projects even in the same industry, right? So if we have some specific tools and techniques available, this will be utilized to the various industry or across the various type of projects, which basically helps you to adapt or follow the similar techniques to solve the problem, which basically means help you to adapt or some kind of similarity function and improve your efficiency or the productivity, depending upon how efficiently you can utilize or how efficiently you can adapt those techniques from one project to another project, right? So project management software combined with your techniques, they let's say the project management tools or softwares, when they combine with the techniques, they really helps a lot to gain efficiency and cost saving, very important, right? So they helps to reduce or minimize the cost of a project when we utilize those tools and software. So these are the key benefits when you think about the tools and techniques, and why that is the reason there is more emphasis on utilizing tools and techniques, right? Again, I mean, utilizing too much tools and techniques could be a problematic again, but you need to find the right type of tool, the right type of technique which is applicable to your project, and so that you can use it efficiently and help your team and to complete the project in an efficient way. So this is the idea behind that, utilizing tools and software, and that's really helps you to develop your project management career once you know what kind of technique is suitable for various kind of problems. So let's understand those things, what are the techniques available in the project management, and then we'll see where those techniques are used and why we use them. So there are hundreds of project management techniques, right, which is available in the project management, but here I'm going to talk some of the basics and very much popular among the various industry. I'm going to touch on those techniques and how do you basically understand the concept behind those techniques and how to utilize them, right? I'm not going to discuss hundreds of techniques here because then this video will be very lengthy, but let's understand what are the critical techniques and how to utilize them, and more importantly, which industry those kind of techniques are suitable, right? It's not common that you can utilize same kind of technique or one technique to all kind of projects or every industry. So some industry may have different kind of techniques which is much suitable depending upon the nature of your projects. So that's what you need to understand as a project manager, what kind of technique is available, right? What kind of technique is suitable for your project. You do not need to be a perfect or do not need to be expert on utilizing those techniques, but you as a project manager should always be aware which is the best suitable technique for your project or for your activity to complete the task. And that's what the goal should be there, because remember, we have separate areas of project management, and those areas are actually separately handled by expertise. But you as a project manager need to know all those area, all those basic functions, so that you can integrate, right? So that you can combine those cross-function knowledge and analytics to make the project decision. Okay, so let's understand, deep dive into the various techniques, and we'll see, what technique is suitable for what kind of industry or project. So very first section, project management techniques. So we will be discussing these 16. Well, I'm not going to discuss all 16 techniques, but I will be discussing some key techniques here. But if I want to tell you what are the major or most utilized techniques, so you will find these techniques which are available or which are mostly used in project management industry. So very first technique is a Gantt chart, and remember, this is the very first technique that was developed for project management discipline, right? And this was developed, but remember, this is developed by, I think, somewhere in 1916 by Henry Gard. If you see my previous chapter or the previous section, I have mentioned that there the Henry Gant was one of the forefathers of project management, right? So there were two forefathers for project management, that is Henry Gant and Henry Foyle, right? Henry Gant has developed this Gantt chart, which was very famous, very basic technique, which is still used, and probably it will be used till we are doing project management. It is so simple, so powerful, and so effective too, right? Then another one was the Henry Foyle. These were the two forefathers of project management, and he developed the 5 PM function, which we utilize our project management process group: that initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, and control, that IPMAC. So this was basically developed by the Henry Foyle. Okay, so they were the two forefathers, and Henry Gant developed the Gantt chart, which is the very first technique of any project management you will take. You will find this is present everywhere. In fact, most of the tools currently available in the market or software, they utilize in some way, some format, this chart, right? So it's very important and very useful tool. Then the second one is work breakdown structure. Again, it's very simple and very logical, and it utilizes across industry. So that we will be discussing what exactly the work breakdown structure is. Scrum, another special technique, especially for IT and software projects, right? We will be discussing in detail what it is. Kanban is again for manufacturing projects, or where we use the quality driven projects. They are very much useful. PERT, program evaluation review technique, which is again we will be discussing in detail what it is. Critical path method, very important for any project. Remember, the project is sequence of activity, and we need to understand which path the project should take to complete on time. So we'll discuss this in detail. Then the cost benefit analysis, one of the basic tool for any project, especially in terms of the profitability or margin portion. Earned value management, again very good indicator how your project is progressing, and whether it's the project in good health or not. This technique is really helpful. Network diagram, again that's very helpful in terms of visualizing how the project activity will go. We will be discussing this. Then the risk matrix. Every project involves some risk, and this is really useful techniques to analyze the risk and other things. Then timesheets, another technique which is utilized to basically capture the man hours or the spending which is done in terms of man hours. This really helps a lot in terms of tracking those the costs. Project dashboards, especially for management reporting or where you need a quick summary, the quick issue, these techniques really helps. In fact, they have the dedicated softwares which do this job. Then project reporting, again, reporting could be detailed one, it could be summary one, but really depending upon the stakeholders, you can utilize these techniques to manage basically the communication or the passing on the information. Mapping stakeholder is another important thing, because remember, stakeholders have a lot of influence depending upon their power and interest. They can influence the project, so it's very important to have this tool. This tool, how to identify which stakeholders is more important than another one. Feasibility analysis, again, another important technique, which basically means that you need to find out the feasibility of any idea, whether that's practical or not, and what kind of benefits we can expect. Those kind of, the feasibility stuff is done through this. Waterfall techniques, right? So if you see all the rudimentary or all the initial processes mainly driven through the waterfall techniques. We will be discussing in detail what exactly it is. It is basically starting one activity, only the previous activity is completed, so you do step by step your process. This is simply mean by this, this is called step by step technique. I will discuss this in detail what exactly it is. So these are the techniques which is most common in the industry, right? And let's understand these techniques in detail and see how you can utilize them for your project management career. So very first technique is your Gantt chart, right? And what it is, it's a basically simple visualization of your progression of task in a project across time. So remember, project has timeline and there are several tasks, right? Several activity you need to do till your project is complete. So if this is your start, this is your finish, then you need to do several activity, right? And so this chart basically helps you to imagine or to visualize which task is under which stage, whether it's started or not. So it's really helpful, right? So this is what is meant by the Gantt chart. Now how its work is, it's very simple. It can quickly give you the access where the project stands, what is the current project status, right? And what is task which is getting delayed, or what has to be done in the next, to bring the to resolve any issue if any project is having such issue in terms of delay or some activity need to be done, right? And why it works, it's very simple. First thing, the next thing is that it display all those key activity dates in the same screen, or let's say the same view, where you can see what is the launch date, what are the to-do things, what your team should be doing, which task is beginning and which is task going to end, which is in between, what are the duration, what are the key milestones, what is the task dependency. All this information you can simply get in single view, right? So what does mean by single view, right? Let's see what exactly is mean by Gantt chart. So if you see here, right, this is one example. So let's say this is your timeline, right? Your project is started in Jan, right? This is your start and this is your finish, okay? Then in this case here you can see the project, let's say, start here, and you're supposed to do some activity. So you can see the groundwork has started, then your mechanical work is started, and then you will do some the structural work, and then some electrical work is there, some other activity you can put here, maybe some plumbing or something like that. Let's say this is an example of your a civil project, right? So let me just civil, or the building project, right? So assume it's a building project. So this is how you can see over the timeline which activity is scheduled where. So you can see the start date or the finish date, right? You can see which activity will start after which, right? This thing you can see. and then when the overall project is finished, right? So this is, you can see start and finish for each key activity. You can easily visualize, and also you can easily visualize the total, the timeline. And then you can see, if let's say this is your March, right? So you can see which the activity is completed up to which stage. Maybe, if you based on actual progress, you may see that some activities are delayed, or some activities are still to be started. So like this, you can in Gantt chart visualize all those information, right? All those information in a very simple and single view. And that's why it's very powerful and very useful technique, which is used across all the projects, right? I have never seen any project where they have not used the Gantt chart. So you will always find Gantt chart is there in your project. So the very next technique is your work breakdown structure, right? And we have already discussed this in brief in our scope management. But basically, work breakdown structure is simply, it breaks the overall project, the big project, into several chunks, right? So that it's managed easily, and we can focus more all those tasks. Dedicated person can be easily assigned, and they are focusing on those work WBS or work packages, right? So what exactly it is basically, when you have a very big project, you need to basically break down those projects into small chunks, right? This is what it's mean by. So you basically break down the work, right? You break down the work in small chunks, right? So when I mean the smaller chunks, it basically means that, suppose if you want to build a power plant, right? Now a power plant has several section areas. It may have gas turbine, it may have other utility area, some buildings will be there, some cabling, and some trenching, all those things will be there. So if you divide all those the area in separate section, all those work in a separate section, then you can easily manage these each areas, say these each areas separately, and you can be more effective or more efficient when focusing on those each task separately, so that you can complete the overall the project. So this is what is mean by the work breakdown structure. So it's basically explains, right, what functions which will be doing which activity. Now this each area can be handled by different function or different teams, so the each teams know that what is their exact scope of work, what area they need to be focused, and at the same time team can work on parallel activities together and complete the project in less time, or the efficiently they can complete with resource optimization, right? So this smaller task or smaller work package basically helps you to integrate better with the project activity, which basically helps you to be more efficient, right? And again, it's works effective because by doing so, each teams understand their own scope. They know how it is connected with another team, so they can easily focus and understand the importance of their the scope of work, and focus on dedicated focus, so that they can clearly helps the team to complete the task, and in a very timely and very costly effective manner. I would say the cost effective manner, so that it's overall helps the project team. So when I mean by the work breakdown structure, right? So WBS means work breakdown structure. Okay, so let's say you have a big project. You can divide the big project into various phases. Let's say this project divided into two phases. This is phase 1, this is phase 2. Now each phase can be divided into work packages, right? And this work package, let's say, has a 3 work package. This phase has 2 work package. Okay, now further, these work packages can be divided into various activities. Remember, there could be a lot of activities against each work packages, and these activities can now assign to the various person or different persons. So though each person is going to focus on their activity. Once they complete this activity, this work package will complete. Once this work package will be completed. This will lead to the completion of your phase, and once this phase is completed, your project will move to the next phase, right? Or depending upon that, how the logical is sequenced. But this is what the benefit of a work breakdown structure is. It simply divide your big project into smaller chunks, smaller work packages, and smaller activity, so that if team focus on those activity in particular time, they do the task very efficiently without being worried about the overall big scope. And that's why this work breakdown structure is so simple, easy, and very effective technique, and it is almost used in all projects, right? Especially on the big projects, definitely we use this work breakdown structure to define very clearly who is going to what kind of activity or what kind of work. Then the next technique is your critical path method, right? And again, this is very important tool for forecasting and tracking the total time. Remember, when I started that when a project is basically nothing but activity various activity on a timeline, right? Suppose this is a start, this is a finish. So a project has to complete various activity from the timeline, right? Let's say this is activity 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, and then there could be some other activity. Let's say to do this activity you need to have some another activity which you need to do, right? And then you need to do this activity, and then start move to the next one. So maybe 2.1, right? So the thing is that you need to find which activity has to be done before which activity, right? So it's basically what it does, this method, it tells you all those activities, how they're linked with each other. Let's say whether this to do this activity number 2, you need to do 2.1 first and then do this activity, and after that doing activity 2 you can complete your 2, so the activity number 3. So what happens, to complete this task number 3, you need to complete all those 3 tasks, right? So this is the logic between, or this is the interdependency between these tasks, and then this is the previous task. You got it? So this is what is mean by the critical path. So these techniques basically help you to define what are the logical dependency between how they are dependent, these activity with each other, and then which activity has to be done at what time. So it's create basically hierarchies among the tasks and the logic and their interdependency. So which means basically tells you which task has to be done first, which task has to be done later, and how many tasks of them has to be done or completed before another task can start. So and it is basically means that if let's say the activity 2 is delayed, it means you cannot start your activity number 3 unless you 2 is complete. So what happens if your 3 is delayed, it means your 4 is going to delay. 4 is delayed, it means 5 is going to delay, then your 6. So all those activity, if the third activity is delayed, activity number 3, which is going to impact you all the further activity, which means your finish date is going to push forward, right? So this is what is mean by. So once you have utilized this technique and identify what is your critical path and what is your critical network, based on that you can identify what will be the overall impact on a project if any one of the activity or some of the several activities are delayed or hold up, or somehow there's a change in a plan, which basically helps us that how this will impact the overall projects. And that's why it's become very useful technique to understand overall scenario, what could be the impact in terms of timeline. And then once you have the timeline, you can further assess the impact of cost and other financials impacts, right? So this critical paths, they require the constant attention and control, because if any impact on a critical path is going to lead or going to result or may result in overall impact of your project. So if you try to see this critical path method in terms of Gantt chart, so again here you can see the Gantt chart is utilized. Now here you can see the interdependency, right? So this is suppose one task is there. Now once task 1 is complete, then only you can start with this task, and then this task will lead to this task, and then like this you can do this activity. So in any case, let's say if your task 2 is delayed, right? If task 2 is delayed, it means you cannot start the further activity, right? Or let's say your task 3 is delayed, so you're not going to start until your task 3 is complete, and there's a further other task is subsequently impacted. So this is what is mean by the the CPM. Well, it's not very accurate representation of the CPM, but you need to understand very logically that the task A is dependent on B, or it could be dependent on other tasks. The idea is that to know the task path and make sure those task paths are completed on time, so that there is no impact on overall project timeline. Okay, so this is all about the critical path method. I will be sharing another video where I have more accurate and detailed explanation of the CPM, how to calculate the CPM and all those stuff. So here, just from the overall concept point of view, or just understanding point of view, please understand one of the critical techniques which we utilize in our project management is the CPM, right? Then another operation or another technique is Scrum, right? So it's basically, again, like we see in a work breakdown structure. So this Scrum technique, what it does, it's basically breaks the projects into sprint of works, right? So and what it does that by breaking this work into sprint, it's make those activities more effective and efficient and more focused to the problem, solving the problem, right? This is what is mean by the Scrum for IT, or let's say the software projects, right? So and again, this is one of the part of the agile methodology or agile techniques, and this is really very useful or much famous in IT and software industry. So how it's work, it's simply that these sprint, the block is basically divided into various sprint, which is in different size, and the number of tasks they can complete beginning of each sprint. So and then you need to focus on the sprint and complete the work, right? So by dividing the whole project into number of sprints, this is what is mean, right, by this Scrum. So you basically divide the whole projects into number of sprints, and then you focus on the sprint to complete the work, right? So why it's work, it basically increase the iteration. So once the project is divided into number of sprints, so you need to do those activity, similar set of activity again and again, and provide the deliverable at each sprint, which basically ensures that all the activities are completed with a certain guideline, or the quality standards are met for each deliverables, right? So this is the benefit of delivering the marketable product as soon as possible, right? This is what is mean by the sprint. And since the software projects, the software projects are very dynamic in nature, because those requirements are continuously changing throughout the development of or throughout the whole project progress. So that's why these kind of sprint or Scrum techniques are very helpful to do the software or IT projects in efficient and effective way. And this basically helps to meet the client requirement, right? Because client requirement is continuously defining their the task or the required wishes, which basically deals by the sprint at each stage. So if we further understand the Scrum structure itself, right? So this is I'm talking about the IT software project. Okay, now so there's initial planning. So it's all start with initial planning. You need to do some initial planning, then there will be some backlog. So let's say this is one sprint. Before that, there might be some sprint is done, and there would be some backlog from that sprint. So this is also considered. So you do some planning, you include your product backlog, then you do the sprint planning again, complete this in one day. This is one day sprint planning. Then you will come up with complete list of backlog, which includes the product backlog previous plus the new activity which you need to do. And then you basically go for a review, and this cycle goes for like 2 to 4 weeks, where you do all those the activity which you review it, right? You daily do the daily scrum. Basically you find out what activity you need to do, you need to analyze, design, build. So, and then you do test it, right? And then you need to see how it is working with respect to the previous sprint requirement. And this whole cycle work for 2 to 4 weeks, right? And then you come up with some deliverables, right? This is basically your let's say some software or some functions of the software which is delivered to the client. So remember, at each process there may be some remaining work or the backlog. Then it will go to the next sprint cycle. Then again the same process, this process will start from this here, and it will go into keep on circle. So this sprint thing getting reviewed throughout the timeline. So what happens that each sprint the client gets some deliverables, and by repeating this again and again, finally the whole the total expected shipment, or let's say the total expected deliverables, are given to your client. And this is how it is done in software industry, right? And that's why it's very much famous with the sprint or scrum structures in your software projects. So if you try to summarize the sprint and the scrum methodology, so it's basically works in this one this is one, you can say, one element or one scrum I would say the scrum bit, which is which gets repeats several times, or several iteration goes in a software project. So what happens, you need to see the scope, which includes your product backlog, right? You do some planning here, or design or something, where you need to basically make sure all the requirements are taken, which include your backlog, which includes some new scope, some design elements, and whatever things are there. And then you do some planning in the meetings, right? Normally we the scrum master, they will collect all the information and then do a sprint planning meeting, right? And then in sprint planning meeting you identify what is the backlog, what is your current scope, and then based on that you go for some sort of automation. Means basically you need to find out what kind of the work which can be automated here. Idea is to just to find differentiate between some activity which can be done throughout the process and which need to be specifically focused. This is what is done in this step, and then you need to basically execute the task based on the planning or whatever the automation you have done. You need to be deciding what are the things you will be executing. Then you have to also do the review, right? After you've done executed the work, and then again you see in terms of retrospective, compared with the previous deliverables or previous outcome, what is the gap there. And then again you will go for another sprint with some some deliverables given, and then you will start another sprint. It's same cycle. So this is how it's get repeated over the time, and the projects or the software become more accurate or more developed as it's the time passes. So that was about the scrum. Now another important technique is a Kanban, right? The Kanban is basically coming from Japanese, you call it, it's basically derived from Japanese techniques, right? This word itself is Japanese word, Kanban. And this is basically very traditional way to track the items, which simply says that what is the item you require to do, which is a to-do list, what is item which is in progress, and what are the item which is the completed. Or also you can have one more category is the item where you are stuck, you cannot do, and this is nothing is happening. So at any point of time you can divide the project activities into these the three categories. One is what is the to-do list or to-do activities, right? This is one category, you can just mention at one place. Then there's another, the activity which is under progress, right, where the people are working on those activity, and there's some start and finish date. Now there's another group of activity which is completed, right? You can see what are the activity which is already done or completed. So at one view you can see what are the activity which is pending, right? This is basically nothing but your pending activity. This is your activity which is in progress, and then this is the activity which is already completed. And this is what is mean by Kanban, or we sometimes call it Kanban board, right? Because all those activities are seen at the same time in a single board, right? So, and also it helps you to visualize the sequential workflow, how work is flowing, right? And it also helps you to find out some interdependency between what is to-do activity, what is progress activity, and what is complete activity. So this is how this the Kanban techniques helps you. And if you try to see, or if you want to find out in terms of example, so if you see, this is how normally it looks like. So you have the to-do list, you have the work which is under the progress, and some activity which is already done. So like this you can see each category. You try to map out with these activities, and then see how it's correlated, and you can easily find out which activity you need to be focused on, right? So what it does, this tool is increase the visibility where the focus or the effort of the focus need to be done, so that you can help the team to focus on those areas or those activity. And also at the same time it's give you the overall big picture, right? So it's provided two information at the same time. First thing, as of now, where the team need to focus. Second thing, overall, even the current situation, how your project is likely to progress given the current condition. So this is all about your the Kanban technique. Let's move to the next technique. So the next technique is your cost benefit analysis, right? Remember, for any project you need to understand what are your cost and what are the benefit. So let's say you do some project, right? So to doing this project, right, and when you say the project, there is some activity. When some activity, it requires some effort, some labor, some resources, and those all resources is going to cost you some money, right? This is what is mean by the cost of a, or you can say the cost of doing project work, right? This is its mean by the cost. Now suppose if you have a project, right, and the cost is, let's say, $100, and then you have let's say you sell some product, but the product is basically the value is 110, right? So if you do that project with the $100 and you're able to sell it with the $110, so basically the difference between the $10 is your cost, and this is your kind of benefits, right? So you're able to get the $10 as a benefits, right? Or this is the profit, right? If this is your selling price, and then this is your profit. So you need to understand if any project, what project you're doing, it's beneficial or not. So let's say if your cost of the project is 100, right, and then you are not able to sell it 100, but you can only sell it at $90. So what happens in this case, you have more benefit is minus $10, right? So it is basically loss. And if you sell it at 110, you will get a profit of $10. So you need to understand, by utilizing this cost benefits analysis tool, whether the project will be under the profit, right, or the loss, right? And if it's profit, then how much profitable it is, right? Or if it's loss, then how much loss it is. So these informations are basically, you will get it through the cost benefit analysis, and that is one of the key techniques to decide on a project, make the project decision. So it's very helpful to give, it's basically provide you the project's ROI, return of investment basically, right? This is mean by return of investment when I say ROI. And you need to utilize the cost benefit analysis technique to arrive at this ROI, right? And this is very common, right? And it is utilized not only for overall project, but some activities also, and some work packages also, even some previous work breakdown structure. So it can be utilized at project level, at activity level, as well as the various work package level. And this really helps to determine whether it's beneficial to do any activity or not. Then the next technique is earned value management technique, right? One of the the key techniques which is used nowadays to basically manage or understand the project progress, right? So this earned value basically allows to develop the accurate forecasts of comparing the plan and actual values. So what happens, let's say you have a project, right? Project is a start date and this is a finish date, right? A project is supposed to start once a project, and this is, let's say, initial plan. So initial plan was you're supposed to do 10 activities, right, within, let's say, the 10 days. This was your plan. Then the remaining 10 activities you will do in 10 days, right? And then remaining an activity you will do within 10 days. So what was happened that within 30 days, right, you were supposed to complete the 30 drawings. This was the initial plan. Now when the project started, right, due to some reason, let's say this is actual project started, so you were able to finish only 5 the activity and in 10 days. So even though the 10 days is passed, you have consumed the 10 days, you only complete 5 days where you were supposed to complete 10 activities, right? So there is a gap, right? The activity, there is a gap of 5 activities. So this is what the earned value management tells, that how the project is progressing. So by completing or by comparing your actual versus plan, you can tell even though the time is progressing, your work is not progressing as per the plan, right? The percentage of progress is not as per your planned progress, which means this is going to impact your project finish date, right? So you can tell here itself if something, I mean if some mitigation or some kind of corrective measure is not taken at this point, then we will be having impact of our project. We cannot finish the project this time. And this is what is mean by earned value technique or earned value forecasting. So this is how it is useful in terms of forecasting and getting a better understanding of the project and its impact in future, right? And that's why it's sometimes called the forecast, right? So it's basically forecast what is going to happen to project based on current progress rate. And this is what is mean by earned value technique. So I can I will make another video where you can explain the EVM techniques in detail, and you can understand very clearly. But for the time being, as overall basic technique is earned value is to compare your progress and check it with the planned progress and understand how your project is progressing. It is doing good, bad, or some corrective actions required or not. So this is what is mean by the earned value management, and it is very much famous, and there are several tools available which help you to do immediately those this kind of analysis or this kind of techniques to give you the results, right? So this was the earned value technique. Let's understand another technique. So another technique is your risk analysis, right? Remember, every project is having some risk, right? So if a project is having those risks need to be managed, right? And how those risks are managed is basically they have the risk matrix. So it's basically based on the risk. We analyze those risks, its impact, what will be the impact, what will be chances of occurring, and then based on that you develop some mitigation plan, and by applying those mitigation plan then we come to know what is the new impact and whether it still makes sense to work on the risk or not, right? So this is what happens in overall risk management. So what it does that you have some risk metrics, right? You find out what is the possible impact, what bad it can do to the project in terms of cost, time, and other impacts. Then you basically track those risks and then have a mitigation plan in place so that you can prioritize those tasks and formulate your plan to have action on those the risk analysis, right? And then after you just work on this, then you need to focus on others aspects, that how you can manage this risk. And this is basically done through your risk matrix. We have the risk log where you can plan your risk mitigation and understand how you can solve those problems. Then another key technique is mapping stakeholders. Remember, any projects have several stakeholders, right? There are several stakeholders in any project, so you need to basically understand what is their expectation, how to meet their expectation, and make sure they are satisfied, so that every stakeholder has several level of interest, right? And they have several level of influence power, and they can influence your projects. So you need to make sure, depending upon their interest and influence power, how to satisfy their information need. And this is what is mean by that. You need to do a mapping. You need to understand which stakeholder require what kind of information and how you can provide those information or satisfy their need. So that's why this really helps to understand the key stakeholders and how to satisfy their need. Then another technique is a feasibility analysis. Again, it's very common, and again it can be used not only at the project level, but also it can be used as a task or package level. And idea is to understand whether the task or the project which you are taking, whether it's feasible or not, right? And when we say the feasible, it's not only the financial feasibility or cost or benefit, it's the other feasibility in terms of practicality, in terms of other the potential benefits, the market feasibility. All those things has to be done in this feasibility analysis, right? All aspects, your market aspects, your financial aspects, your technical or practical aspects, then your the other aspects in terms of legal or the various rules and regulations. So there are several aspects which you need to study to arrive and do the feasibility analysis and have a final conclusion, right? And this really helps a lot while some activity which you are not sure whether you should be doing or not, right? So this really helps you to find do the feasibility of that particular idea, task, and make sure your project is on right path. So the next common technique is your waterfall technique, right? So this is one of the basic technique. What is mean by that, it's basically require you to do the work step step by step. So what do you mean by that? Let's say you want to you need to apply waterfall technique to a software project. So what you will do, first you gather a requirement, right? And then you design the software architect. It cannot happen that you design first and then gather the requirement of the client. So very first step is that you need to gather the requirement of client, right? Based on those information, you move to the next step, that is your design, where you design the software, do the coding and all the stuff you need to do only when this step of requirement is complete. And then once you design, then you move to the next step, that is your implementation, right? You cannot do the implementation of software without completing it, right? So you can do, once your design is complete, you move to the next step, that is the implementation of software. And then after implementation, you move to the next step, which is a verification, right? So you cannot do this step before implementation. You need to do it after the implementation. You need to verify it, test it, whether this is working or not, whether this is meeting the client requirement or not. Those things you need to do at this step, right? And then the very next step is, after you deploy it or you make sure everything is working fine, then you will reach maintenance step. Maintenance step is basically during the use of the software, there could be some issues, some debugging issues, some bug issues, and you need to debug it, all those kind of stuff. So if we see, each steps are logically sequenced, right? So they have to do this activity step by step. Once activity is finished, then only you start next activity, then you start another activity. So this is what is mean by waterfall technique, right? This is what it's mean, and this is one of the very basics technique which you will find almost across all kind of projects. So and that's very useful sometimes where you're not very much sure about how to proceed, or where there's a lot of complex stuffs are going on in your project. It's always better to follow the water technique method so that you have less rework. So in previous slides we have already learned various things about the project management. Remember, just to recap on this, we have discussed various knowledge areas, right? Because remember, project management is all about your knowledge, skills, right, plus tools and techniques, right? And we have learned about the knowledge area in previous part 1, right? And then part 2 partially. Then we have learned about the skills section in this the part 2, where we have learned what kind of skills and how to develop all those things, and then how to develop your project management career. And then now we are learning the tools and technique. So we have just finished the technique part, right? What are the techniques which is utilized in project management? Now the remaining portion is your tools, right? We need to understand what are the tools. Now tools is nothing but basically they utilize these techniques, right? These techniques, the project management techniques which we learned previously, these techniques utilize this technique to develop some sort of tools, right? Some sort of softwares which basically helps you to do the task efficiently, right? Suppose, let's say I ask you to apply all those techniques, let's say critical path method or Gantt chart, or various earned value method. If I say and you say that you do it in manually, right, then it will be very time taking, time consuming, and very ineffective method, because and doing it on a project where you have fixed timeline, it will be really difficult, right? So that's why knowing technique is not sufficient. You need to know the tools also which utilize those techniques and do the task efficiently, right? It's very important because efficiency is driven by the tools. These techniques are concepts. The concepts to apply in a practical sense, you need to have some tools which can do the task, or which can apply those techniques efficiently and do the job in effective, the cost effective way. And this is what we need to learn in our next chapter. What are the tools available, right, in project management industry? That's where we're going to learn in our next section. So in this section now we are going to learn about the tools, right? The various project management tool which we utilize. And remember, tools are basically in terms of principle, they take the concept, the project management techniques, the PM techniques which we have learned in the previous section. So they utilize this technique and those concepts and bring it in the form of some sort of softwares or some tools which basically helps the project team to to do the work efficiently. This is what is mean by your project tool. I mean the whole purpose of your project tool is doing the things efficiently. This is mean by project management tool. So let's understand what are the tools available, what type of tools are available, and then we can understand which is the most commonly used and which are the more beneficial, and some of the key things while you are utilizing or while you are working with project management tools, which you need to be focused so that you don't deviate from the whole purpose of utilizing the project management tool. So if we try to find out the project management tools itself in terms of understanding various categories. So if you see you can divide the tools available in the market, or the tools which commonly utilized by the team to perform the project activity, can be divided into 10 major categories, right? So very first tool, you will see the planning and scheduling tools, which is related to your planning stuff. Then you have the cost management tool, which basically focus on budget and cost management part. Then we have the quality tools, which helps team to track, manage those qualities aspects of your project. Then we have the scope management tool, right? And which is basically related to, again, your scope part. Then we have the risk management tool, which helps the team to manage the risk efficiently. Then we have the tools which is helping the team to have a better communication, which is communication tools. Then we have financial tools. Remember, every project has the finance aspects, where in terms of revenue, cost, all those things has to be reported, maintained in a financial level or financial system, and that's why we need the financials tools there. Then we have the resource management tool, for any project. Of course, resource is a key element, which is basically helps the team to complete the work to utilize by those resources. So resource management is another key aspect. Then we have the material management. This is basically how you manage materials on a project, or any in any projects, materials plays a key role, right? And that's why I have a dedicated role, dedicated softwares and tools available in the market, which helps you to manage the material efficiently. And then you have the collaboration tool. Collaboration tool means basically how you collaborate with the team, because remember, we are living in a modern world where a project team is not situated at the same place, right? Especially in a multinational projects, we have multi-sites at different location. It's very important to collaborate efficiently, and these tools really helps to do it effectively. So we will be discussing each schedule separately, and let's understand what are those aspects and how they utilize and how you can utilize for your projects by choosing the right tool. So the very first type of tools are basically your planning and scheduling, right? So planning is basically helping you to plan your the various activity. There are several tools available, and remember, I'm not going to give you the list of the tools which is available in the market, because I don't want to promote any schedule. There are plenty of tools available. You can search over the internet, but the idea is that I want to tell you the whole purpose through which you should select that particular tool. So the purpose of the tool, or this kind of tool, is to how efficiently you can plan your project activity, how efficiently you find out the various key elements in terms of logics, in terms of sequence. You need to understand what kind of the tools is required for planning. And planning and scheduling, it's not something that you always need a sophisticated or very complex tool. Remember, it will depend upon your type of project. So let's say you have small project, then you can utilize even the Excel sheet to do this whole planning and scheduling stuff, because Excel is very versatile tool. You can utilize Excel as just for data storage or storage of the activity or the list of activity. You can also start utilizing the Excel to develop a schedule, to plan, to logic various the activity, and even you can develop a Gantt chart in Excel, right? So what I'm saying, that by planning and scheduling tools means that yes, the whole purpose is to make your planning and scheduling efficient as well as the cost effective at the same time. So before choosing this planning tool, you should to make sure what kind of project you're working on. Is it a big project? For the mega projects, the projects of the billion-dollar project, then they require specialized tools like P6, MSP, those kind of tools. But a small project, maybe for 5-6 days, you can simply do it in Excel, right? Or you can just utilize simple the task list and the pen and paper. That will be sufficient to deal that kind of planning and scheduling. So please be assured, while choosing this tool, There are plenty of tools available in the market. What is the best suitable for you? Don't choose just any tool just for the sake of choosing any planning or scheduling tool. Right now, scheduling is bit different than planning. Right, they are not the same thing. Planning is something you develop the whole logic, how each activity works, how from start of the project to the finish of the project. Whereas scheduling is you schedule those activity in a software and try to find out which activity has to be done earlier, if which activity will be delayed, then what will be the impact. So those kind of things, you will be dealing. And while choosing, make sure there are some specific tool which do only planning, there are some specific tool which only focus on scheduling part, and there are some lot of good tools which do the both, the both things. So please be careful while choosing your planning and scheduling tool. And it's one of the very key aspects, because plannings form the backbone of the baseline of your projects, and that's further helps you to achieve your project objective. Now coming to the another category of tool, that is cost management tool. Remember, every project is boils down to dollar, right? Whatever activity you do in your project, every activity will result in some dollar impact, right? Some sort of dollar impact will be getting, either in terms of delay, either in terms of you making profit. All project activity leads to some dollar numbers, right? So it's very important to manage your cost, right? Because remember, when you start a project, the moment you start a project, you start incurring costs, right? You start utilizing some resources, putting some resources, doing some activity. Those resources will have some cost, maybe in terms of material cost, labor cost, services cost. There could be several number of costs. The thing is that as soon as project head start, you start utilizing costs, and that's very important to track those costs, right? And that's why we have the various cost management tool which you can identify, or which you can utilize to track your costs efficiently. Now when I say the cost has various elements, right? When a project starts, the cost has mainly two element. One is your actual. So as of now, let's say you have progressed till this point. This is the start and this is the finish, and you are here now. So up to this point you have booked some actual cost, right? And then till the completion you will need some CTC, right? So when you add this actual and CTC, it become your total cost, right? So there are several aspects of the cost. We can I will discuss this in a separate video where you have the proper cost management, how you do it for a project. But just for basic understanding, you can see several elements are there, and these elements need to be tracked and monitored separately, and this is basically done through the cost management tool. Now again, coming back to the same point, you don't need to always choose some complex tool for the cost management. It all depends upon the type of project, type of activity, how much budget you have available, what is your company process and requirement. Based on then you can choose your tool. Remember, a simple Excel sheet can work as a tool for you. Okay, so please make sure you are choosing the right tool depending upon the requirement. Now coming to the quality tool, right? So quality tool is another aspect which you should be looking while managing a project. And why it is important, remember, we have the project management triangle, right? We have the scope at one corner, we have time, right? And we have the cost, and then in the middle we have the quality, right? Quality means whatever work you do related to the cost, time or scope, it all has to meet some quality standard, right? Project doesn't mean that you do some work anyhow you meet those some complete the work and then you say it's finished. Now all the projects are bound with certain quality standards, certain standards you need to meet while doing those work. You cannot just simply complete a work anyhow and say it's completed until unless it meet that quality standard. And that's why it's very important to track the quality of your project progress, and that's where the quality tools comes handy. And again, there's plenty of quality tools available in the market. You can search and choose what is suitable for you. Then the next one is your scope management tool. Remember, scope is one of the triple constraint, right? We have in your project, and this constraint is one of the key important aspects, and why we need to manage this scope. Remember, when we start a project, we have fixed scope, right? Or we have some defined scope. Based on that, all your planning, all your risk man, everything, base all plannings, A to Z planning depend upon what is your initial scope. Now it's very important to track this scope from start to finish. Why it's important to track? Because remember, project is dynamic and it is influenced, it is bombarded by various kind of situations and factors which may basically change this initial scope, right? Your initial scope may not be same as your final scope, or maybe in between. Some changes come from customers, some changes come from internal, even from the some scope is missing. All those things might happen during this project duration. So it's very important to understand what was the initial scope, what is the current scope, and how it is varying from initial plan to the current scope, so that you can track those impacts and understand how this can impact your overall projects. And those all need to be tracked through these tools, and there are plenty of again tools available in the market for scope management. Then the next important tool category is your risk management tool. Again, and there are a lot of plenty of tools which are available, which efficiently manage the risk of a project. And in any project, right, whatever project you take on, it is always come with some risk, right? There is no projects exist in this world which do not have any risk, right? No, I mean, it's not possible. There is no such project available which do not have risk. Risk is always there. Why? Because project is, remember, it's always have constraint. So it has scope constraint, it has time constraint, and then it has budget constraint. So if you see by definition itself, project is never risk free. There is always a risk which could impact a project in terms of time, in terms of cost, in terms of both time and cost, and there could be no other implications. So it's very important to track those risks, right? And make sure what are the current status of those risks, what are the impact of this is, how you can mitigate those impacts, and then finally manage this risk in a better way. And this is what the purpose of a risk management tool is, to manage all those risks, list out all those risks, and make sure those risks are not impacting your project overall objective. Then the another category of the tool is communication tool, right? So communication is key here, right, for any project. Why? Because remember, we have several teams are working on a project, several members are working on a project, and they need to efficiently communicate so that the transfer of information happens very smoothly, very effectively. And based on that, each team members, each team can plan their activity, perform their activity. So that's why the communication become very important. And you will see many, in fact almost all of the projects are having the communication functionality. Whatever type of tools they are, they must have some sort of communication method. And this basically tells that how important the communication is in any project management activity. So there are some dedicated tools depending on the type of projects, type of activity you deal, you can have the various communication tool which is provided, or which is available in the market, and you can utilize that. A simple email, right? The which email which you use every day is one of the most used communication tool which I see to communicate information. It could be not only it could be verbal meeting, it could be a face-to-face meeting. So there are several things, several ways you can communicate, and there are several specialized tools available to do such kind of communication. There could be formal communication, where you need to formally meet the client or formally make a proposal through the communication. So there are several aspects of communication, and all those things are covered, and all those basically these tools helps them to do it efficiently in effective way, so that you reach your communication or your project objective. So this is what I mean by the communication tool. And of course you need to choose wisely which is suitable. You don't need to always go for some fancy tools which is not effective or not the same as effective as a simple Excel sheet. So another is your financial tool. Remember, everything boils down to money, right? So what a cost you have, what is the selling price you have, how much profit you're making, what is your margin aspects, what is your revenue, all those things has to be managed somewhere, right? Because these are all financial elements, right? All financial elements, and projects are basically generated through the financial decisions, right? So it's very important to keep track the financial aspects of every project, right? Now to do this, you have a separate tool, right? We have a specialized tool which basically manage the data in terms of finance terminology, right? Finance has very different the terminology, the way they basically account those costs. It's basically accounting principle. Managing costs is different than accounting costs. Accounting principles are a bit different than controlling or managing a cost, and that's why we need a separate financial tool which basically talks in terms of financial language, the whatever the information of the monetary information of a project is. And that's why we need a specialized tool which can easily communicate or provide this information to the financial people, so that the key stakeholders are aware of the financial figures, and they can make decisions based on those finance figures. Now coming to the next important tool, that's your resource management tool. Remember, every project, right, every project is bound with resource, right? So to do any activity, project is what? Project is basically summation of various activities. You need to do some activities, right? And there are several activities which you need to do for a project. Now the thing is that you will be needing resource to complete each activity, right? You will need some resource, maybe in terms of labor, right, material, or maybe in terms of some services. So all those resources need to be managed. You need to know which activity require what kind of resource, when they required, how much they will require, and all those stuff. And to do this, to do all those things, there are some resource tools available, right, in the market, which you can utilize and find out which is the best suitable resource tool or resource management tool which is applicable to your project. Then you have the material management tools, which is again focused on especially managing the material, right? That's very important, because remember, for any project especially, they require three kind of resources. One is your labor resources, which is your directly man hours, right? And there is some requirement of material, right? And then of course then we require some third-party services, or third-party subcontractor, all those things. So majorly any project you will find these three kind of resources are there, and the cost of material is always bigger than this labor and services. So if you see on an average 60 to 80% of your cost, 60 to 80% of your cost belongs to your material. So that's why it's very important to have a dedicated material management tool which keeps on tracking this material part, because this is, the majority portion of the cost. The majority budget is required for material, and it's very important to efficiently manage this, so that if, because any changes, even small changes happens in material, that has a huge impact in overall projects. So that's why we have the dedicated material management tool, which is now, again available in the market, and depending upon your project. So let's say if you have a very big project, multi-billion project, you have a dedicated ERP system where you can manage, or you can keep track of your materials and everything. And if you have a very small project, again, then you can do it in Excel also, or manage your material tracking in Excel stuff. Then the next category of the tool is collaboration. Remember, the team has to collaborate at any point of time, right? The project is basically combination of various teams. Now, when I say combination of various teams, they need to collaborate efficiently, because some information to pass to one member to another member, this member needs to pass this one, maybe this one has to share some information, share some documents, share some processes. So there has to be continuous collaboration between various team members, right? And this is just one team, so there could be another team 2. They need to connect, or they need to collaborate with each other. They need to share the information. So collaboration is one of the key feature, or the key things which happens when you manage a project. Now there are certain tools which do help the teams, which help the overall project to collaborate efficiently, and you need to choose those kind of the collaboration tool. It is as simple as sharing your data. So you have a cloud shared platform, right, like Dropbox, or some kind of which basically you can provide your files in the box somewhere in the server, and then this can be taken up by team 1, team 2, the same information. So this again, it's a very simple example of collaboration tool. So you need to understand how better you can do, what is the requirement of your project, whether the team is at the, suppose you have just one team which is at one site, at one place, you can easily collaborate, right, between a small local server. But let's say if you have a very big team at a multi-location, right, in a multi-country, of course you will need some other complicated and advanced collaboration tool to have efficient collaboration. So idea is that this is one of the key aspects of project management, and make sure you have the suitable collaboration tool is available for your project. So some interesting facts about the tool, the project management tool which is available in the market, right? So if you see, around 51% of the project, at least 51% project have the file sharing capability. It means collaboration is key here, right? This is a collaboration aspect. Time tracking, time is another aspect, and this is almost all software tools available which is in market, which will always keep track of the timing aspects. Email integration, right? Again, this is communication, I will say the communication tool. And if you see, each software, around 48% of the project which have the ability to somehow send email, that a document, report, whatever they are working, so that tells how important these three features are: collaboration, communication, and time management. Then you have the Gantt chart. Again, this is a time management mostly, or the planning tool, right? Then you have the budget. Then the cost management tools. This is basically related to cost management tool. Then reporting is again your communication aspect, and 43% of the softwares are basically featured with for communication, this kind of reporting tool. Budgeting tool, again around 43% of tool. Cloud storage, which is basically again the collaboration aspects, right? Industry specific, this will depend upon domain to domain. Manufacturing industry will have some specific features, service industry have some specific project, EPC project, construction industry have separate features. So this is depending upon the specific features of a specific industry. Then API integration, the digital integration is now one of the key in the aspects of the software development. Then method specific, some, let's say the scrum method is different, the scrum methodology is different than your waterfall methodology, so that will also impact the features of your software. Real-time chat, the real-time collaboration is, again, this is one of the collaboration tool. And then mobile access, again, this is, again, you can say the collaboration or communication tool. Social media integration is basically helps you to communicate better, right? Video chat is communicate better. So what I mean to say that if you see all the softwares which are there and their major features, so they mainly revolve around these aspects. So one is your collaboration, right? So almost all or the majority of softwares, they look into the collaboration aspects. Another is time management aspects, right? And then they have the communication aspects, right? And then they have the cost management aspects. So majorly if you see all the software management tools sorry are focused on the collaboration management and time management, communication, and cost management. So in any of the projects, the currently available tool, you will at least find these three or these four features available: collaboration, time management, communication, and cost management. So when you choose any software, make sure these four elements are always there. Plus there could be no additional depending upon your, let's say, the industry specific or domain or method. That's the other thing, but at least we make sure these four elements are always there. So other key advice, when you choose any software or any project management tool, in my experience, right, I would like to share some of the at least three aspects which you should be keeping in mind while interacting or choosing or utilizing a tool. First thing is use wisely, right? There are thousands, numbers of, or even more than thousands, there could be millions softwares available in the market for your project management. Now you need to choose what is actually suitable to you. You cannot go on and applying all those thousands of schedule or the thousands of project management tools on your project and then you hope for the best results. No, you need to basically analyze your project requirement, your environment in which you're working, and then choose the right tool. Do not just jump on choosing everything and then start deploying on a project. That will actually negatively impact your project if you do so. So make sure you choose the right tool, and accordingly this will help you to be efficient. Remember, the purpose of choosing the tool is to make your project efficient and more effective, not to be crippled by numbers of tools. So make sure you use them wisely. Then the next aspect is less is better, right? What I have learned in my project management experience, since there are thousands of tools are available, people try to grab so many tools and bring it in the project, hope that this will try to bring the features, whatever features available from the various project, but does it help the project, right? Does it actually create value to the project? So that's very important, right? So only, again, it's come back to the same point. You need to wisely choose which is project is actually affecting or helping your productivity, helping your team to improve in terms of work and everything. That you need to decide. And the better you focus on the less instead of getting more and more tools. So it's always help to choose the specific tools which helps your project, instead of choosing plenty of numbers tools and then deploying on your project, which may usually end up hampering the projects in negative way. Then the third aspect is take time to analyze, right? So sometimes what happens when we utilize so many tools, we are actually consumed, and we spend most of the time making or working with the tool, or generating some report, or and getting some output of the from the tools. But the point is that you need to spend more time on analyzing the output of that software, and that is what I feel many times in on project management. People put less emphasis on analyzing and more emphasize on developing or generating some report or some utilizing the tool, right? So to be more effective project management practice, you need to more focus on analysis, right? Instead of just creating or developing some report or some output, and instead of much more worried about the analysis, the overall analysis of the project's aspect. So make sure you take time to analyze those outputs, analyze those results of your project management tool, whatever tool you're utilizing, and see how it is impacting the project. So please, whenever you're utilizing a tool, you make sure utilization of tool is not the purpose. The utilization of the output to your project is the purpose of your tool, which basically help you to be more efficient, more effective. Okay, so always keep that in mind. And that's it. So that's all about your project management tools, right? And with this you basically complete the full course. So this is you complete the full course, which covers all the aspects, right? So we have basically covered the time, right? Or let's say, let me put in different ways. So we have covered the knowledge aspects, right? That is covered, which is basically all those 10 knowledge areas which we are seeing here. Then we have seen the skills aspects, how to develop, what are those skills, which is best suitable. Also we have learned about the how to develop the project management career, and how you can develop your strategy depending upon your current status. And then we have learned about the tools and techniques, right? So this is what it's complete, the full package in terms of the project management and how you develop a career in project management. So I think they should be giving you a very good idea of the project management and how you can progress your career in the project management world. And hopefully this was helpful for you and helps you as well as your colleague to excel in this field, and be a better project manager or better project management professional. So that's all about this course. Thank you all very much, and please if you have any question, please comment below and our team will reach to you, and we'll make sure your query is resolved. And also please support us on YouTube, and don't forget to share and subscribe our channel so that you can get more such courses available to you when it's required, right? So thank you very much. So in the previous section, we have already learned about the knowledge area, the tools and the skills which is required for a project management. Also, we have learned in very detail how to develop a project management career and how to grow from very starting level to the higher level of corporate ladder. Now the question is whether that project management career is suitable for you. Are you cut for the project manager? Because this is very practical aspects. When you start working on project management career or project management industry, you will realize that it's not easy, or it's not that easy as you may thought before starting a project management career, and it's require a lot of efforts, right? So it's very important to understand before starting so much effort in this career, and later on you realize that career itself is not suitable for you. So it's very practical to understand what it takes personally to develop a project management career, and then also try to validate or try to understand whether this is exactly what you want to do, or this is what exactly how you want to grow a career, right? So very important question in terms of practical aspects, and I think everyone who is aspiring to grow their career, they need to must or they must understand these points before putting so much effort in their the career development plan. So very basic question: are you uh, cut for the the postman career? So basically, are you ready for this the postman career, which we have learned so much in detail, right? So that's all, those all career practical aspects related to your career path we are going to discuss in this section, and understand what it takes and how to solve those problems once you face those kind of the problem while working in project management career. So I will be discussing the several features or several traits of the project management career related to the daily work basis, how the several problems which they face, or I can say the several drawbacks which a project management career have, and some of the things I'm going to discuss, and trying to explain how it's affect you, and not only affect you, also the people around you also get affected due to that. So very first thing is that your high peer pressure, right? While working as a PM, right, even working to some very good role in the PM, you will have a very high peer pressure to perform, right? Many times people will think that you are not actually doing much job, but in fact, in reality, you are always neck up to the neck. You are deep in the lot of works which may not be directly visible to you, and that may actually frustrate you, because the people have different expectation or different, you can say, perception about you. Maybe your team, your personal family, your boss, what do you think about, your friend might be thinking something else, even yourself. When you start working in project management, you yourself will start judging that what your position is, which may be sometimes conflicting with actual reality or the practical situation. So it's very important to understand what is happening with you, what is happening around you, and try to identify those conflict. That's the first thing you need to do, right? And that's what I'm trying to explain. This is the very first thing you will notice once you start working as a research project manager, or leading some team which is looking after a project. So be aware not to get down with this peer pressure, and this is very common, especially when you start working with some team and in a project environment. Then the next thing is that extremely busy. You will always find yourself busy with some work, right? I mean, and trust me, it's not about that you're not effectively managing your timing. It's not about being productive. You will be productive, but at the end of the day, you will always find there is no time. In fact, doing some very small or your very basic things. So you may realize, or you may need to be more effective, or understand this fact or the reality while working on a project or as a project manager, that you will always remain extremely busy, right? Sometimes you may feel it's not your 9 to 5 job. It may require more than that effort to have a successful outcome of the projects and deal with the project activity. So as you can see, this is just illustration of the situation, but I'm just trying to make sure that you are aware what exactly the requirement, or what kind of uh, the demand which project management career will seek from you. And so be aware that even though it's a very fascinating job career, right, but it's also require a lot of efforts. I will say more than the normal job or the normal role which we have. So be sure you are aware of this kind of demanding situations. Then the project management itself require a lot of expertise, right? Even though you are not expertise of, let's say, you are engineer and you know only engineering stuff, but despite being, and when you start working as a project manager, you will need to know a lot of other areas, right? And it doesn't mean that you start getting degree or professional degree on that area, but while working on a project you are supposed to have a minimum level of expertise of each area or understanding, not only to work, right, not only to work but also to excel the project management activity, the project management responsibility. You need to learn, continuously learn while working on the project, those areas, and utilize those knowledge to make project decision. So don't think that project management is just a discipline, right? And you will just simply learn some project management techniques and you will become a good project PM, right? No, it is like learning a lot of other things, technical aspects, various aspects for the various function. You may not be expertise, but it demands you to learn and go at a certain level depth so that you can make the right decision. And that's why it's required the multiple area of expertise. Make sure this is what you will be needing when you start your journey in a project management career. So be ready for this. Don't think that this is some the limited discipline or it's a limited area of expertise and you will be done. No, it will be requiring more than what you know presently. That's for sure for any project, whatever project you are going to handle as a project manager or with certain team members. Also, while working as a project manager, you will be basically need or you will need to follow, do the multiple approach and multiple attitude at same time, right? With the same project, while you are working, you may need to have this kind of attitude. If not possible that you maintain the same attitude and handle the different situation, because projects is continuously changing, right? It's a dynamic situation where a lot of factors get involved, a lot of factor impact your project activity throughout the duration of the project, right? It's not a static thing. Remember, you have the start date, you have the finish date, and during the start and finish date there's a lot of factors impacts or have tendency to impact your project, and you cannot resolve those the problems or resolve those or complete those activity being just having a same attitude throughout the project. So be sure it's require multiple approach, multiple attitude, and you need to be more than an average person or average team member to handle those situations. Then the next thing is that it will require more dedication and focus. That's for sure. To be successful project manager, it will require more than normal dedication and focus. Trust me, it's a very demanding situation. So if team members have this level of dedication or focus, maybe you as a PM will need to have this level of the focus, or you can say the dedication. That's for sure, because remember, you are leading a team and you need to lead a team by example, by setting some higher standards so that team can at least start follow or look into it and align with themselves. You cannot be having a same dedication or less focus and expect the team to perform better or project to perform better. No, you have to be very up at the game so that not only you are performing but your team is also getting motivated and perform. And that's what exactly I meant when I was discussing the various example, like leadership with example. This is what it means, that you have to be more focused, more dedicated, at least more than any other team member. Now, next important thing which you need to look into is that always, prepare to for setback. Remember, project management is not about, always having a successful result or positive, results. It's basically requires a lot of, personal trait or lots of ability to handle the setback or to accept there will be some the negative results, in fact a lot of negative results, and you need to consider those the negative results or failure, learn from them, and then start improving for future. So it's very important that you are always ready to embrace the setback, but it doesn't mean that you always prepare for setback. But be sure that projects is full of setback, and you should be ready to accept and learn from those mistakes, and then start improving for future. Then next important thing that you will be dealing with several stakeholders, and that is very critical, very. So you will be, let's say if you are PM, you will be need to have, you will handle with your top management, then you will need to handle with your team members, right? Then there will be some functionals you need to handle there, then you will be heading with directly with client, right? So there's a lot of stakeholders with whom you're interacting, and you have to be very careful, very careful while you're interacting with the stakeholders and satisfying their the need. So and of course that's not an easy job, right? It's require a lot of efforts plus a lot of soft skills, hard skill to handle those kind of situation. So be ready for that kind of the expectation, and that is what you're going to deal when you start your project management journey. Then the next thing you should be ready, I will say, or you should be focusing on that, ready to take the blame, right? That is very important. There will be a lot of things happening in your project, a lot of activities, a lot of setbacks. Now thing is that there may be the practical situation where you can say that that's not your fault, but sometimes you need to be you need to ready to take the blame or to take the responsibility of the setback, even though you're not directly responsible for it. And that's what the PM's expectation is, because remember, it's a team which is looking at the PM, and the PM responsibility is to look after the team. So in many cases you may feel or you may realize that it is not directly your fault, but in any case, for the sake of team, you will have to take those blame on you, okay? And be ready for that. That's a normal, and somehow that's a sacrifice you need to do while doing the project management, or while working as a project manager, or trying to develop a project management career. Then working under pressure, very important, right? You may have a lot of pressures. In fact, the same thing some of the team member may feel while you are a project manager and you are managing them. But trust me, the project manager or any of the project management jobs is all about working under pressure. Not only just normal pressure, but a lot of pressures, because it has deadlines, it has expectation, it has a lot of stakeholders, which is having a very set or defined deadlines, and you cannot ignore those constraints. So it's directly basically adding a lot of stress or a lot of the pressure while you're working on a project management role. And yeah, of course, while you working as a project manager, this will directly lead to less time for your family or the personal space which you says. People do talk about work life balance, right? But the matter of fact is that that will actually be sure, for definitely sure, that's going to disturb. It may be a little less, more, depending upon the type of company or type of team, the type of organization culture. But yes, be prepared for less time or less personal time for you while you board as a project manager. So be sure for that, and that is natural, which is going to happen. Well, so we have talked, all those, well, I have talked some of the major negative aspects, or you can say the cons of your project management career. But again, it's a very lucrative, very exciting job, which provides a lot of opportunities in various terms, in terms of growth, in terms of composition, in terms of opportunity to see the outer world. And this is the reason why, if you see the current the growth of the project management industry, or if you talk in terms of the project management jobs, so they are in positive incline. And by the 2027 minimum, we will need around 2.2 million of new project oriented job. So that's basically confirms that there is a market, or there is a demand in the market for project management roles, right? That's for sure. And it's lucrative, and it's very rewarding. But the thing is that, are you ready for that, right? Are you ready to put your effort, the sacrifice which is required to reach the success of your project management career, right? So be sure you consider all those factors while making such decisions. So, of course, while working in a project management role with various, it's quite, various sets of skills, maybe technical, soft skills, hard skills, which we discussed already. But the thing is that while working all those and utilizing those skills, tools and technique, knowledge areas, everything, that's fine. It's while integrating, or while working with all those aspects, will definitely lead to a project management stress, right? And trust me, this stress is much more different than your 9 to 5 job, right? If you see, well, that stress is common with every work professional, yeah, that's right. But project management stress is far more intensive, and far more I could say stressful than the other, the job stress. So it will lead to very high stress, right? And it and also the frequency may be erratic, so it may be sudden increase or sudden demand, which may lead to high stress level. So it's very important for you to learn the skill how to manage those stress, right? Because this stress is directly relating your health, maybe and some other many way, your personal or the people surrounding you, your nearest ones, the dear ones, as well as it will directly impact your project team. Remember, I don't think that if you are stressful, it's limited to you. It will directly impact your project team. Also, it will directly impact your project activity, and you can extrapolate it to the project performance. So one of the skill of the project manager is to how to manage the stress. Trust me. And when while working on a project, you are going to need this skill at the most. So the point is that how to manage those stress, right? How you can resolve those stress while still working on a project. So this is what we are going to learn, how to get rid of the stress, right? And so that you can perform well, you can be satisfied with your work-life balance, or you can say the personal life, as well as your performance project is performing well. So this is what we are going to learn in terms of getting rid of the stress. Now the point is that how we do that, right? So let's understand that part. So while working on project manager, you will be bombarded with various problems. So for any problem, always focus on the root cause, right? Don't work on assumptions, and don't work on some words or something which is not based on some facts. You will be always end up in problems. So make sure you are always finding the root cause, always finding the root cause, and then start working on it, right? that will help you to remove the unless or unnecessary requirement of other efforts, which leads to the stress, or which lead to uh, unnecessary problems with you as well as your the team, right? So make sure whenever you're working as a project manager, always focus on the root cause. Then of course, while working on project, you will be basically you will be facing a lot of interruption while working on a project. So the very next thing is that you need to learn the skill how you can handle the interruption without much impacting the project in a negative way or your team member. That's very important, to learn how to handle those interruptions. Next thing, you will need to transform your working, right? And trust me, this will vary from project to project, right? Maybe you handle with some different project, you need to have some different work strategy, working on some different, even you have the similar kind of project, you may be having two different team, or some different combination of teams. That will really require you to transform your working. You cannot apply the same way of working or same way of approach to the same different kind of projects, or even similar kind of projects with different team. You need to make sure you're continuously transforming your working style while working on those different projects, or even though you work the two same kind of projects, your working will not remain same from one project to another project. This is how practically happens, because you're always learning. As a project manager, you're always supposed to learn new things and implement so that you can improve, right? Because as the time grows, you will be handling more complex and complex projects, right? Which is basically faced with different kind of situations, different new problems, which require always more than what you earlier did in previous projects. So be sure that you are always ready to transform your working style, and that it will not remain monotonous for sure, right? At least while working in project management industry. Then of course, while all those pressures, all those stresses, you will need to make sure you are maintaining a positive workspace. So when I say positive workspace, means it's not only dealing with soft skill, but also your physical appearance, the way the things around you, you may be in the office space, even those small things matters, right? And you should always make sure your workspace is in a positive environment, in motivating environment, so that it's basically elevates some unnecessary stress or unnecessary the problems which you may not be noticing directly, but actually it does impact your overall stress level, as well as your temperament. So please make sure you're maintaining a positive workspace, so that it's really helps you, and helps you to focus on doing best in your projects work. Okay, then of course, communicate effectively, very important. Communication is key, and again, this will vary from people to people. Of course, you will need to have devise several different communication approach while managing the project. So make sure you are very good at communication. Then the next thing is that you need to have the ability to recognize sign of stress, not only with you. I mean, for easy use, for yourself it may be easier because you are feeling in your body, so you can understand when you are stressed, or when it is very tense for situation. But you need to also understand when your project team is under stress, and they're under the stress that their work is getting impacted, and it is your responsibility, you as a project manager, to find out those stress problem, the stress issue, and solve them, right? That's your responsibility, because you are the project manager, or you are the owner of the team, or responsible for the team. So make sure you're recognizing those stress points, those the situation where the people are struggling, and try to resolve those, right? Because if your team is stressed, definitely at some point of time that stress will also get transferred to you, So make sure you stress, your team is stressless. Then of course, sometimes you need to detach or dissociate yourself depending upon the situation, as well as the problem. Maybe you are over indulging in the situation. If you find those situation, the best thing to do is that simply for temporary, for the timing, when you think it's appropriate, simply detach or dissociate. That really helps a lot to release your stress level, as well as it's really helpful for project team to reduce their stress or unnecessary the stress situation. Then you need to monitor your what if thinking. So what I mean by what if thinking is that it's very easy to think about the history and then say you could have done this, you could have done that, and then start basing on decision. It's very easy to go in retrospective and think about the decision and say that could have been better. Yes, there it's very easy to do that, but the thing is that in that particular point of situation, that might have been the right the solution. So normally what happens, we get attached to our past or the past performance or past event that happens on your project, and then that's basically hampers your current decision or the current working. So please make sure you are not get caught in this what if thinking scenario. So and that's basically adds a lot of stress even in your present situation. So please be aware of that condition. Then of course you will need another skill, that is you're developing the conflict resolution. Very important, because conflict is obvious among the team member, among the functional team, among the various stakeholders, and you as a project manager are responsible to resolve those conflicts, right? So be ready to have the skill of conflict resolution. So also many times you may feel that enough is enough and you should be stay away from the debating. So debate, conversation, talking, discussion are very common in project management, right? But sometimes you may feel that carrying on those conversation or the pointless discussion is no more contributing or no more the positively helping your organization or your project. So you need to have the ability to understand that point where enough is enough, and then you simply stay away from debating. Don't indulge unnecessarily and continue on to debate something which you feel that it's already gone, it's already the last case, right? So you may need to devise some different strategy, some different way to resolve this issue instead of sticking to the same the communication or debate, which is no more going to help you. Then the next thing is get rid of micromanagement habit. That's very important when you working as a project manager. You may be fascinated by going into the detail very level and trying to understand and try to micromanage the things, but the thing is that that's really adds up stress, right? Lot of stress if you try to do this micromanagement. You need to have some practical approach or the practical way of thinking while working on a project or while working in a let's say the project manager. Don't get overindulge or micromanage habits which actually affects you, also affects the team and the team performance. So please make sure you're not micromanaging anything, right? Just be a manager, or I will say just be try to become a leader instead of getting to the micromanagement of each and every aspects of project management. So that's all for the project management and project management career, and I wish you a wonderful and successful project management journey. And please feel free to have comment or provide a comment below and let us know if any queries is still pending, or if you have any question, we will be happy to resolve those query. And also please share and subscribe our channel, so you will be getting videos like this, and we will be getting more details related to the project management career industry and in these fields, so you will be always up to date. And please provide your feedback, so can further improve these kind of videos and help you to grow your career. Thanks everyone. Thanks a lot and see you later.